Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is July 16th. This is the regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public? Do you see anyone on Zoom? We'll just hold it open. If you are on Zoom and wish to comment, you can find your raise hand button.
No one on Zoom.
We're going to close public comment. Next on the agenda is County Commissioner updates.
I'll jump out really quick. Well, there were two things, but I already forgot one of them. The Highway 103 thing revisited, and I know Matt's not here today, but the thing about the motorcycle racing going on Highway 103, I did have the opportunity to talk with both Matt about it in a one-on-one, and then also with I can't remember his last name, Oleski or something, Larry Oleski, who's a captain with the Colorado State Patrol and he directs a lot of stuff all the way from Lakeside Amusement Park to the Eisenhower Tunnel. And he said they have a racing task force. And I described to him what was going on 103, and he sounded very interested. And I did ask, and I hadn't talked to Matt about it, but I just happened to catch him at the I-70 Coalition. So I did ask if he could just get with our county sheriff and talk to him about what measures could potentially take place out there. So I just want folks that are on 103 that have observed that this year to know that the county commissioners care, and we're working on that stuff. And I did note, and I don't know if it's a function of our email glitch and stuff, but I did notice that the last BOCC agenda notification that the agendas are ready, to take me to the agenda, was on June the 4th, when it was a notice about a June the 5th, or I think it turned out to be 6th, county commission meeting, a special meeting we held. And I don't mind knowing if I just got to go to the agenda center myself and find a way to find our agendas every week. But I did enjoy getting those notices, and I don't know why I haven't had any of them show up in my email in the last roughly 5 weeks. Is that something that has or has not been happening?
Are you talking about like future draft agendas or?
Well, you know how generally on Thursday when the agenda comes out, we get an email to the county commissioners that says, click here, go there. And I haven't been getting that as a reminder. And that's why I say I've had so much problems with my email and calendars.
No, I can make sure you're still subscribed. Let me just look into it.
It's possible something dropped out somewhere. I've had all kinds of things happen in mine.
I had the same thing happen with mine. I wonder if it's related to the work that you were doing in that subscription system. Not to like cast blame, but I think the broader concern is not that the two of us aren't getting them, but
I got one,
we
mine.
can figure
Okay,
out.
I
if we
guess
just
that
make
was
sure
the
that
case.
People,
So.
members of the public that were enrolled are still enrolled. That'd be great.
I'm
Yeah.
getting mine. You're getting yours?
I added you when you started,
So if you could just make sure I'm still enrolled, because I haven't, the last one I got was on June the 4th is the last time I got an email from you
Okay.
saying that.
Yeah.
And I've been getting there, I mean, I just get to the agenda. What I do is I go back to the June 4th one, click agenda center, and there's my new agendas.
That predates our email problems too, so.
What's that?
That predates our email problems too.
Well, yeah, it does. That's why I don't know what happened there. It's just,
I'm gonna look at it and make sure both of y'all are still.
well, I could have handled this in your office and
No, you're
I
fine.
brought it up here because I thought of it, so. And I think I'll let it go with that. There are a couple other things going on, but nothing that's worthy of burning up time.
Same for me. So George, tag.
A couple of quick things. 3, I did an interview with Kago about about what's going on with the transfer station and our decision to hire a deputy county manager. I've got the file of that interview if anybody wants to hear it. They asked some good questions and thought it was a good opportunity to kind of explain the rationale of the board on, wanting to see this government have more capacity to show up for its people. And just documenting the stuff that we're all aware of because we sit in this room when decisions are made about increased wages in those positions at the transfer station, et cetera. So that's just a quick FYI. Also, we all got an email from the new PIO, and I think This is why I think you're sitting in the room, right?
I am.
Hi. The new PIO with the sheriff's office, Jennifer, I knew I was kind of like, why, how do I recognize you? Because I saw a picture. I asked Jennifer just to sit down with Matt and I and just kind of talk about public messaging and see the extent to which we can be on the same page. Jennifer suggested maybe Megan should be there. I intend to take you up on that, and I'm notifying the board. Lastly, I had a conversation with Brian on Friday about the all employee training. I asked for a limited commissioner role in that. I don't think we need to be there all day. I don't think we need to be there, in breakout sessions when we're trying to get employees to talk and open up. I do think it's important for us to have a role to, do the keynote speech, address staff. I know I have not addressed staff since 2019, I believe. The pandemic interrupted a lot of our sort of regular recognition and celebration stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I believe that Brian is figuring out a way for us to get involved.
What would be the time element that day?
I had that on
So
my-
we know, so we can plan our.
Yeah, I had it on my list to talk about during my update. So 7:30 is when we're asking staff. 7:30 to 9 is kind of a registration come in. We're gonna have to do some icebreakers in the big cafeteria. I think around 8:30 would be an opportunity for you to do the welcome. I was originally gonna do that, so there's a elevated area on the stairwell that looks over the cafeteria that would allow the three of you to do a welcome to the employees and give a message at that point. And then we'll agendize it as a meeting of a potential quorum, so you can be there between 9 and it's gonna be the keynote speaker and then a component that myself and the directors are gonna be doing as well in the auditorium.
Awesome. Thank you. That's all for me.
Cool. We're already through commissioner updates. That's the shortest in history.
Next is county manager updates.
I
Brad.
just hit one of my three and the other two are quick. Item number. Where is it? Should have. I'm looking for Aaron's item. Item number 3 under the action. We may need to move that down if Aaron's not here yet. It's something going on that he had to be at. So we may need to move that later in the agenda. That's just up. And in fact, we have a protest.
Yeah, we got one Board of Equalization protest yesterday, which was the deadline for real property. And we have to be finished with our consideration of those protests by August 5th. And our next meeting's August 6th. So I think we need a special meeting just to do that.
Shall we look at our calendars? Donna's not in the room. We probably want to get as close to the 5th as possible to allow her to be prepared. That's the assessor.
I talked to her and she's in town through the 5th, so whatever works for y'all.
My week of the 29th is very flexible.
Better for me is 31st, 1st, or 2nd.
Of those, depending on the time, yeah, I'm heading for Boulder and in Boulder all morning on the 2nd. I am,
Isn't that the budget tour? At 5:30, maybe you could attach it to that meeting.
that works for me on the evening of the 1st.
I don't know if I love that.
Well, you could do it early. It's not part of the actual budget meeting itself.
Well, is
Yeah,
that the 31st or the 1st? I've got the
31st.
yeah.
You're gonna be in this
So-
room anyway, that's the problem.
Selfishly on the 31st, I'm up here at 1:30 and then up here again at 5:30. So if it was in between those, it would be convenient, but it's by no means a requirement.
Well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are the best for me, and I'm okay on the afternoon of the first. Friday's gonna be pretty tough.
Let's narrow down to the 31st. That seems to work for everybody. Let's do, how does 4:30 sound? I'd like to do
31st?
that. Yeah,
That's, the budget meeting is at 5:30, just so you guys know.
And that's the one that's here anyway.
Yep, it'll be in this room.
Yeah.
so what gives time for the room to be set up?
How long do we think this protest is gonna take?
I think it's pretty quick. Donna said she thought she had agreement with the property owner.
4 PM?
It gives us an hour to get them, rearrange the room for
4:30, you're saying?
4.
Four. So we're done by 4:30 and you got an hour. Okay. Works for me.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's it, Bob.
There's an item that I meant to mention and forgot. If you all would indulge me to give one more commissioner update. Been about 6 months since Jeff Com started doing dispatch. And I would like for the board to get an update from Jeff Com about what their numbers look like. I have I've noticed a handful of public complaints about mostly the non-emergency line. And so I'd like to have them address those calls where we can find specific date and time. What I'd like to do, and of course, I would love for the sheriff to participate, share his perspective. What I'd like for the board to do is ask staff to get that on the schedule.
Second meeting in August. I reached out to the sheriff this morning.
Okay, excellent. So next is the communications update. Megan.
All right, just a few. We just talked about the budget meeting, but we've got the one this Thursday at 5:30. This one will be in Idaho Springs at the United Center. You can come learn about the budget, ask questions. This is the very beginning of the budget process. So last year we heard from people, hey, we want to be involved earlier. So we're doing that this year. So come to ask questions. We're there to help and keep you informed. So like I said, that's at the United Center. It's at 5:30 this Thursday, and we will have some snacks and some refreshments provided. Also, there is another budget meeting that will be taking place in this room. That will be the Georgetown one. That will be at 5:30 on July 31st in the BOCC room. That one will be available on Zoom if people cannot come. That will be the only one that is available on Zoom because the other ones will be in person. We do have another one for Evergreen coming up, still trying to get those details ironed out, but that will likely be the first or the second week of August. So keep looking at our social medias and your text alerts for that, and I will let everybody know. Also, just a reminder for those watching, county offices will be closed on Monday of next week for our all-employee meeting. So if you're going to come in and want something done with getting your license plate or something like that, you can't do that on Monday. So just make sure you don't come in on Monday. And then also, if you haven't already, the I Say Yes campaign is going on for housing. We have a housing survey on forum.clearcreekcounty.us. So please visit there, take the survey. We want to hear from you. We're in the process of forming a multi-jurisdictional housing authority, and we really want this to be community informed. So we want to hear from you. We have a few responses already, but we want as many as we can get. So again, please visit forum.clearcreekcounty.us. And then also we have the new PIO with the sheriff's office. You can come on up here. I'd love to introduce you. Yeah, you can sit right here. Perfect. And I will move the
I know you
camera.
didn't like this chair, so I'm a little nervous.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and just introduce yourself and we'd love to get to know you.
Sure. I'm Jenny Fulton. I'm the new communications manager for the sheriff's office. Very excited to be here. Prior to joining the sheriff's office in Clear Creek County, I was with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office for almost 8 years. I started out there as a public information officer, and then I became their director of public affairs for the last 5.5 years. And prior to that, my family and I were in Peoria, Illinois, and I was with the county of Peoria as their communications director for 11 years. And it was the job at Jeffco that brought us here to Colorado, but we live up in Empire. And so I'm very excited to be serving my own community now in this role with the sheriff's office.
Awesome.
And to address your concerns about Highway 103, we have increased patrols in that area. And I wish we could say maybe it was just motorcycles, but we think that it's a lot of traffic up there, speeding. So we've increased patrols, we've done some social media, and we'll continue to explore ways to address that problem and slow people down on that highway. We know it's an alternative to I-70. We just want to make sure it's safe.
And to be clear, I shouldn't have focused just on motorcycles because the folks have been talking about it have also said that there are a number of muscle cars and race cars that are playing up. And so I've singled it out a little more on the motorcycles because of what they've
Sure.
shown, some of the stuff they've shown us.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it's the whole thing. Anyway, I don't mean to take away from what you're saying.
No.
And it's nice to see you here, neighbor.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to be here.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Excited.
you.
Thanks for choosing us.
Well, thank you so much. I'll see you later today. Okay, thanks.
So
And that's all I have for my update.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to request something be pulled for discussion?
I do not, but I didn't see an exhibit A in the fire ban, and it's referenced in the resolution.
It was it was provided.
Okay,
I'm not sure why.
it's part of the package. That's,
It's
all I
not
care
in
is
the
it's part
packet,
of the
but we're going
package.
to have to do it.
Okay.
The original was set out without, and then within 15 minutes, it was corrected with the
Great.
attachment. So I'm guessing the wrong one made it to the packet. Apologies, Beth, if you could just make sure that we
Yes.
update the packet afterwards, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, I'm looking at the packet right now. Adobe is my friend. Yes, is not attached to the Redzo. So.
Adobe is my friend. Adobe is my friend. Okay, thank you, Mitch. Anything else before I read this?
No.
Okay, we have item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes for October 6th, 13th, 15th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 30th of 2020, November 3rd, 6th, 10th, 17th, 24th of 2020, December 8th, 15th, 17th, 22nd of 2020. Item C, consideration of approval of the June 27th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item D, consideration of approval of ratification of resolution 24-51, ratifying the Clear Creek County Fire Ban, Stage 1 fire restrictions for Clear Creek County enacted on July 2nd, 2024. Item E, consideration of approval of emergency medical services mutual aid agreement between Summit Fire and EMS Fire Protection District and Clear Creek Emergency Medical Services. Item F, consideration of approval of second amendment to letter agreement for support services with Moeller Engineering Company Incorporated for the Peaks to Plains Trail. Do I hear a motion?
You're not finished. You've got G.
I'm gonna do that under.
Okay.
Do that next.
Oh, I see. I'll second that.
Oh, I didn't make a motion yet. I thought you were making the motion, but waiting to second it. Yeah, so anyway, the motion I'll make that Mitch already seconded is I move that we approve the consent agenda as read.
I'll even second that a second.
All right, the
Friendly amendment, is that right?
We're rolling right through here. Discussion, I will share that I'm glad to see that Stage 1 fire restrictions continue to have a ban on shooting in the national forest. I think this is really important for the protection of our people. This is a decision that the sheriff can make or not make, and I'm glad to see the new sheriff is making that decision.
And I'll point out that for the first time in a long time, the no shooting sign went up at the same time as the fire ban sign on 103. Usually it trails by a week or two and a couple of reported incidents of gunshots.
Right.
So it was nice having the no shooting sign in addition to the fire ban
And
sign.
I didn't notice if it was up North Empire, but it usually is. It's up there as well. What?
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And we are now sitting as the Board of Equalization. We have a consent agenda to consider approval of the 2020 Board of Equalization meeting minutes for August 4th and September 20th.
I'll move that we approve those minutes.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now we get into the fun stuff. Back to the Board of County Commissioners. Here to consider resolution number 24-54. This is a resolution in appreciation of meritorious service performed by our housing specialist, Sally Rush, for more than 7 years of service to Clear Creek County. I think that might be more like 10. But maybe
I think she was working for Clear Creek County, but out of the Summit office before that. And it was about 7 years ago you came in, right?
I came in mid 2014.
Okay.
Right. When did you come in
That's
as,
10 years.
as an employee of the county?
7 and something with the county.
Right, that's what I'm,
And then 2.5 or so. with some.
right. So 10 total.
Okay. So we have this resolution. We always like to read it and then make a motion and then have some discussion and where we add to it. Randy, would you like to read this?
I'll be happy to. Let me just, oh, you've got it in front of you. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
I didn't know I was going to be doing this morning. I forgot to sing the few scales that I do. Resolution in appreciation of Clear Creek County Housing Coordinator Sally Rush for over 7 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County. Whereas Sally has served as Clear Creek County Housing Coordinator for over 7 years, and the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners desires to publicly recognize Sally's dedication to the current and past county constituents. And whereas the Clear Creek County Commissioners desire to recognize Sally for supporting housing for 7 years and 2.5 before that, by the way, and for making sure every single housing partner, housing opportunity, housing conference, housing email group, housing grant, somebody get me some water, and housing office knew her name and knew the county's, only kidding, the county's name. And whereas as housing coordinator, Sally never failed to pick up the phone to help a resident, whether she was on duty or not. And whereas Sally, as a part-time staff person, was tasked with solving one of the biggest problems the county faces. And despite limited access to resources, she worked every day to create and propose resolutions. And whereas Sally, as a part-time staff person, made sure we completed a comprehensive housing needs assessment in 2018. And whereas Sally, as a part-time staff person, urged the formation of the Clear Creek County Housing Authority. And whereas Sally, as a part-time staff person, also supported a major affordable housing project helping the River Bend in Idaho Springs come to fruition. And whereas Sally has helped keep roofs over the heads of hundreds of Clear Creek residents through creating and growing the Section 8 voucher program, through managing rental assistance programs, and through advocacy and resolving landlord-tenant disputes. Whereas Sally, through her steady advocacy and relationship building, laid the groundwork for the housing strides the county is making today. And whereas Sally is now moving on to a well-deserved retirement, and while the Clear Creek team is sad, we know Sally's contributions have left us all the better for our future planning and advocacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners adopts this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by the Clear Creek County Housing Coordinator, Sally Rush, and be it further resolved that the original copy of this resolution be presented to Sally and that this resolution become a part of the permanent records of Clear Creek County. And be it even further resolved, the county wishes you the best in your future endeavors and you will be truly missed. Adopted this 16th day of July, 2024 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
So I think I'm just
I
gonna,
have my 2 cents.
I was just gonna ask if anybody in the room wanted to offer any other.
That is awesome.
Okay, well, thank you. And thanks for reading that, Randy. Thank you. And I know how it is to put these resolutions together. And whoever put their 2 cents in, and I want to thank you very much. I'll carry that with me for a long time. So So I tried to think how briefly I could talk about what the county means to me. And what a gift this has been to be part of Clear Creek County's government and having the opportunity to serve in this county. Nobody could have told me before I had this position what an AMI was. Moreover, what I was getting into and what it was going to mean to me and what it was going to mean to the people around me. So what our county government does, because county government, the purpose of it is to serve the people that we have in our county. And Clear Creek has done a really good job with reaching out to everybody. And so I think we should be real proud of ourselves as a government. So thank you for allowing me to serve in that capacity. The other half of that is what we have in Clear Creek County. This county is a gem. It has so much intrinsic wealth in it. And we have so many people here that are willing to work for the community. So how we move forward to deal with that, that's a lot of responsibility. And I wish you all are the best in trying to deal with that. And I hope I get to be part of that in the future. And the last thing I was thinking about was what was my position as housing coordinator. And I've always been part-time, but it's been a very busy part-time. And what the job has been as coordinator is the connector for the county to outside people in the state, whatever we have going on outside of our own community, and our own residents and our county government. If I've done anything over these years, I've made that my priority, particularly to connect with the residents. The one thing that I've had that I treasure too is I'll have people call me back or get back in touch with me or email me and say, thank you for listening. Maybe I couldn't solve their problem. Most of the time I can't, because this is a huge housing problem that we have, issue that it's not a problem, it's an opportunity. But the listening to people, they have said that in itself has made the difference. And going forward in the county government, I hope we can keep. That's the key to making us successful, is to be able to listen to our community. Each one of you, I'm so glad to see all of you people here today. Thanks for being here. But I'm going to miss every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
Anybody else want to offer anything?
I will. I don't think you ever worked part-time. I don't think you ever did. You were always on it, following through, making sure the mission got done. And I have not seen many people in our organization that were able to get public to attend so many workshops that you did. I mean, I used to be leaving here at night, 5:30 or whatever. And you'd have like 10 people in here working on down payment assistance or, how to buy their first house. And I was just so impressed, that you were able to connect with so many people and get the message out. So thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
I think it's important to note that we have cared about and tried to do a lot of things with the big picture housing stuff for a long time. And honestly, with not a lot of success in creating great big projects one place or another because of our economics of scale, nothing to do with your efforts, Sally. But what's important, what we forget is, in the meantime, the most we've gotten done for housing in the county has been those hundreds of people that you've benefited and helped keep in their houses, in their homes, through helping them there with their disputes with their landlords, with helping them get the vouchers to be able to make it another month and whatever they have to do to get there. And that has been really the foundation. That's been the core of what we have actually accomplished and been able to get done here to date. We hope for more and we hope for better, but you've been carrying that load the whole time. And I also say that Sally's work doesn't end here. It happens. She wears other hats, and she's been doing that for example, the town of Empire for some time. And my wife on the planning commission can't say enough good about the centering and the balance and the foundation that you bring to the planning commission to help them understand their role, what it really is, and help them know what the job is they're there to do so they can look at things objectively. So I just wanted to pass along that appreciation is felt in other places. And I'm sure in a lot of homes in the county.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you.
I'm coming here as a citizen, not as your HR director, but both. So I just have to say my story about Sally. When I first moved here, she was the very first person that I met in the capacity of like serving their role as, someone that works for the county. She came to my house with a bag and introduced herself and told me things about the county that I didn't even know in all my research about moving here and accepting this job. And being a military brat and having moved all my life, I'm really sensitive to changing location and the sense of inclusion and belonging. And she brought that in spades. She made me feel like I belonged here and that there was lots of opportunities for connection. And in a day and age when social media has kind of changed the way we interact with people, having that face-to-face opportunity and being able to experience that was like, it was like being back in the old world when things were better. Sorry, I didn't mean that to mean like things are bad now, but as far as connection with people, we really, I think have gone a different direction, not we as a county, but just we as people in connecting with others. So I thank you for that. And I have to say that I hit the ground running when I got here. And unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to really get to know Sally until we started meeting several months ago to plan the retirement and just kind of an exit strategy. And I it's for me, a miss and a loss that I haven't spent these last 2 years really just getting to know her better because she's an exceptional human being and has added so much value. So thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
I just want to emphasize, I believe that's in another volunteer role with the community connectors. That was with another volunteer role with the community connectors, right?
Connectors.
So you definitely got your roots all over the place. Amy, you look like you.
Thank you. I popped up like 7 times, but the thing I wanted to just really emphasize is this issue of connection. Because Sally, I think that is one of the things that you have done the most and is connection and establishing our reputation in the housing community, making connections in the housing community. And everyone in the housing community knows you. And that is probably one of the things that has helped me the most in my job and has elevated Clear Creek County's reputation in the housing community. And that has really been evidence of your dedication. You are always trolling for opportunities, always looking for ways to, for opportunities for Clear Creek County to help residents, to anything that might be an opportunity for Clear Creek County, any opportunity to help residents for a project, for a grant, for a program, that long list of things in that whereas clause is really the epitome of your work. Every meeting we have, you're like, what about this? What about that? How can we do this? I talked to this person and they would allow, they had this. And that boundless curiosity, innovation, and trolling for opportunities and connection is really, I think, one of the things that Sally really brought to our housing department and to our county's reputation in the housing community. And a lot came from that. So I wanted to recognize that and thank you for that. I think that's an important part of what Sally contributed. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay.
Sally, I had the privilege of first working with you while you were still at Summit. And you pulled together a coalition of community members to work on housing. And at that time, we saw huge opportunities and there really wasn't a plan to move from where we were to where we've come now. And being on the verge of having a multi-jurisdictional housing authority is wonderful. And I thank you for all of the relationship building that you did that made that possible. At that first community coalition where I worked with you, our highest priority then was just to move you onto the payroll. And you've done so much since that happened. And thank you.
Can I say something?
You know what you bring to mind that I had forgotten was when I first started, I think I was with Summit. Yeah, I was definitely with Summit. The first thing we did was we got a busload of people and went over to Summit. Were you on that trip?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, you
I
went,
went.
Beth, huh? And so I got a busload of people and we went over to Summit Combined Housing Authority and saw how they ran their multi-jurisdictional. And wouldn't it be nice to be able to go do that again? Because one of the things that hit me about that, talking about multi-jurisdictional, was you were there, Lisa.
Yeah.
How many people do you think were in that room? 40? Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Can you imagine having a multi-jurisdictional with at least 20 people on your board and having to be the executive director of that multi-jurisdictional and go before these 40 people and they all have different opinions? So I wish our multi-jurisdictional a lot of luck, and I'm glad we're starting at a grassroots level.
I was just gonna say, I worked with Sally quite a bit when it came to like housing and weatherization stuff, and she would always set up a meeting. And every time I would go over there, she had a flyer ready to go. She had all the details and she had a list of where she wanted me to put everything. And I always really appreciated that because it made my job insanely easy. And she was always there to answer questions. And I just really appreciated Sally's hard work. And this might sound dumb, but not many people in the organization know how to use the Zoom in here. And she did a lot of meetings in here and she came over and I showed her how to use it and she used it and didn't call me for any questions or anything like that. So that just shows how much she cared and she wanted people to be a part of something and she wanted people to learn about housing and all of the resources that we have here at Clear Creek County. But yeah, I just really appreciated Sally. And after I would, do my job and get the word out about things that were coming up, she would always come over and tell me how much she appreciated me. And that meant the world. So we appreciate you, Sally, and we're going to miss you. Thank you.
What I have to add to that, it's all true. All of these allegations are true. Sally, you're awesome. I met you in 2015. I think it was, 2015, before I was in this job. I was trying to figure out how to buy my first house. And you made time for me and showed me through all the different resources that were available to me, how to analyze the opportunity. I still use the spreadsheet you gave me today. And so I got to experience sort of firsthand how you treat people, right, of different walks of life, et cetera. What I saw when I was in this role, I don't know if you remember this, I walked in my early time, I used to have this habit of just kind of wandering around the campus and seeing what people were up to. And I had a conversation that I wanted to have with you, and I knocked on your door, and you weren't brusque with me, but it was clear where your priority was. And I appreciated it because you were in a meeting with somebody having the same meeting you had with me in 2015. And you said, hey, I don't have time for you. Like I'm in this. This is my priority right now. And I think that's the right priority. And I always kind of remembered that of like, that's a sign of integrity, to tell a commissioner, hey, go find something else to do for a while because I'm busy with a person that we're here to serve.
And you've also come into the room with me where I practically locked you in and said, now this is housing. Here's the details.
That has also happened as a commissioner that's been very interested in enhancing this government's ability to influence the pricing of housing here, and do better helping our tenants stand up for people, for themselves. You've been very supportive. You've made sure I know about the opportunities. Sometimes even hounded me about those opportunities, different conferences, different meetings, different things that I can go be doing to, better myself and my ability to influence the price of housing, et cetera. And so, yeah, we're gonna miss you. And I know maybe I say this so much that people roll their eyes, but it's really hard. It's not really hard. These people are out there, but you have to recognize and appreciate when something that you can't train is present. And that's somebody walking in the door, knowing their mission, knowing how they're going to influence the lives of the people of Clear Creek County and being motivated to do so. And I see that in you in spades. I see that in the way you talk about what you're going to be doing outside of this job. There's no way to express adequate gratitude for that kind of attitude and that kind of commitment to the people. So thank you.
I had a good soil to grow this garden, so thank you.
Sally, let me just say thank you. I appreciate your comments up here about service. And it's really about the impact that service has on the community, right? And that's what we do in this profession. So thank you for everything you did for this community. You will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I hope Chris is writing a story on those. No pressure.
The reporter is wrapped. Attention is captured. Hearing anything else, seeing that pretty much everybody in the room has spoken. Sally, you made a mark on us. I think we're probably ready for a motion.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution 24-54, a resolution in appreciation of meritorious service performed by Sally Rush.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We are grateful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is a discussion and demonstration of the county employee performance management system. Shall I say new?
Right. Okay. Well, good morning, commissioners. Before we get started on the demo of the performance management system, we've got Rebecca online. She is our consultant. She's going to give you the demo of the system that does not have employee data in it. That's why we have her on here, because if I did it, it would show employee data. We don't want that. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your patience. As you know, when I started 2 years ago, I had quite a few competing priorities that needed to be tackled immediately, many of which you've seen accomplished in the last 2 years, which is, switching our payroll and HRIS system, saving us $100,000 a year, switching our benefits providers, our benefits broker, saving, $500,000 a year. I came in at a time when, budget was the primary focus. And so that was my primary focus. I know that this has been something that the board has asked of staff for a few years now, and that, I'm sad that Sean isn't here to see it, because it's something that I had many conversations with him about. He was very passionate about this, but I am excited that we were able to make it a goal in 2024 and we were able to get it done. So I started in January, put an RFP out there, got 6 responses, made the decision in March to go with Performance Pro. And we had it rolled out to staff by the first week in May. That's pretty unprecedented when it comes to something like this, a rollout to an organization, just because of all of the details that go into building and configuring the system. So we are in flight. We are going to be making some tweaks and changes as we go, but I think that that's best practice, because we're involving staff at every level to ensure that we have their buy-in and we have their feedback on what works best for customizing this system for our staff and what our needs are in this organization. So the last thing I want to say before you see the demo is the purpose of bringing this to the organization. It's not just because the board said do it. It's because there's all of these things that happen when you are intentional about performance management, like increased engagement, increased empowering employees, increased accountability, increased productivity, engagement, creating better service for our community. All of these things are outcomes, but the purpose of this system is to build a culture where our employees feel seen. And I want you to think for a moment, rhetorical question, but when's the last time you felt seen for work that you did? When's the last time you felt like someone saw and recognized what you were doing and the impact you were having? And think about how that felt, what that meant to you. And I know it's a moment that you remember, or several moments you remember, because that's how we are wired to matter and to be able to create value and to be seen by others. And that's what this program is. It's an opportunity for us to be intentional about seeing our staff and seeing the value that they add, investing in them to create and improve our excellence and service that we offer to the community and ourselves. So that's the purpose. And I hope that, once you see the demo, that you agree that this is a great delivery system for that. And after the demo, I would love to hear your feedback on best practices or anything that you have experience with that you'd like to suggest that we look into, because as I said, this is, although the plane is in flight, we are going to make tweaks as we go to customize it to our organization. So that is all I will say. And then Rebecca, feel free to take over and start the demo.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this tool with everybody here today. It's my pleasure. And I'm going to establish a little bit of credibility to begin with as we begin the demonstration, just to let you know who we are as an organization and how we serve organizations across the United States. So we are HR Performance Solutions. We've been in business for over 30 years, and we started out in the HR space as consultants. So very much at the core of our technology is the HR philosophy and many of the things that you had just mentioned, Carol, that it's really about engaging those employees. It's about building the foundation of trust between the manager and the employee, those paths of communication between the two, being able to look at the data after it's been gathered in the system, which is another wonderful benefit of the technology. So we've been in business for over 30 years. We support over 2,500 clients across the United States and Canada. We do have a couple of international clients, several international clients that are using our products as well. But primarily we're here in the US supporting organizations, and we're supporting across all different industries. So we support the municipalities, we support nonprofit, we support financial, we support production, construction. We're across all different industries, and we have a lot of pre-built content within our system, and a lot of our tools and functionality are again built in the HR philosophy. So I'm going to give us a high-level overview of what it looks like to perform a demonstration from a manager's perspective. My name is Rebecca Bernard, and I'm a solutions consultant here with HR Performance Solutions. I've been with the organization for almost 7 years in November, and I really enjoy what I do. I love connecting with HR professionals and talking about how our products can bring value to your organization. And I believe in our products and how they serve organizations. Now, this is the system from a manager's perspective, and I'm just going to show you an ease of use to begin with. And I'm not going to get too deep in the details. I just want to give you an overview. But then we'll get into the reporting, and we'll get into some of the functionality that exists within the application. Because again, you may be in flight right now, but this system is very configurable and scalable. So even though some processes may not be in place, the opportunity to incorporate those processes within your system is there, it's available, and it's all a part of the functionality that you have today. It doesn't come at any additional cost. It's just a part of your subscription. So we're in the system as Emily Clyde as a manager, and our terms can be customized. So some organizations will refer to the manager as the appraiser, the evaluator, maybe a supervisor. That term is customizable. On the far left-hand side, you can see the Performance Pro logo, and this is where your logo is. This banner image is also customizable at the client level. So I've seen organizations put their building photos here, their core values. It's an opportunity to make the application your own. This welcome message opens up and welcomes your managers and your employees into the application. And this is welcoming Emily Clyde. This is her avatar. And it has a positive message in nature, but you might have an upcoming schedule that you'd like to communicate with your employees. As an administrative user, HR has complete control over this, and they can change that messaging that's shared. Now below that, you'll see the navigation menu. This is where you see those performance measures and the learning measures all here on one integrated platform. You know, that employee experience between performance and learning is so important to have it presented as one unified process. You know, a lot of times an individual, an employee will not take training and development in a learning management system where it's not tied to a meaningful process. They don't see value in that. So when you do have an integrated dashboard like this, and we'll talk about it as we get further into the demonstration, you can create development plans that are linked to training and development. So the employee can see why they're taking what they're taking and how it's tied to where they're going in the organization. Or because of our meaningful integration, you can have learning thresholds within the system where you can, if somebody is receiving below a certain ranking, it'll automatically launch the course that's tied to that competency. So again, we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get a little bit further down into the demonstration. But as a manager, most managers will set goals on the beginning of the evaluation cycle. So goal setting is a part of this process. And again, I've worked with organizations that have used that as a scalable process as well. They've just started with evaluations and then they incorporate goals later on as they become more fluent with the application. But goal setting is a wonderful opportunity for managers and employees to connect on a regular basis. And if I click into the goals tile, and one other thing that I wanted to point out here too is that you're not seeing a left-hand navigation. You know, we've done away with that left-hand navigation in our technology from the managers and the employees' perspective because we found that managers and employees would get lost in an application when there was a left-hand navigation. So we've made this look and feel a lot like a website, very easy to access, very easy to navigate. I'll click into that goals tile and that brings me into the interior of the application. This is where I'm getting the work done and I can see exactly what I'm working on. I'm working on the goals. That banner image again is customizable at the client level. I've seen organizations put, you know, a collage of their employees out in the community doing volunteer work. You know, I've seen engagement events here. It's just a wonderful tool to communicate the culture, the core values of the organization through imagery. As a manager, I'm going to set a goal for my employee and it's very simple. All I do is select them in the employee selector toolbar. This is showing me a list of my direct reports as a manager. You also have the ability to turn on a really nice downline view where your leaders and your directors can see up to 4 levels down. They can go into those records and see how the communication is going between those team members. I just have a simplified view. I'm just looking at my direct reports. I'll go ahead and select Jim Adams. From there, I can select the evaluation process that I'd like to put that goal into. And I'm going to select the formal evaluation process for demonstration purposes. But here, when we get into the evaluation of forms, we'll talk a little bit more about those processes I have set up in my demo site. Now below that, I can see all the goals that Jim and I are working on through this appraisal cycle. And for me to add a goal, and goals can be added at any time. Goals are very fluid. Goals can change with the needs of the organization or the direction of the employee. And as a manager, you have complete control over that. I might add a goal in the middle of the evaluation cycle. I can add a new goal, or at the end of the evaluation cycle. Goals don't always end. We don't just cut them off and you're done. Now let's just start some new goals. Sometimes they continue into the next cycle. And as a manager, it's easy just to pull those over. But adding a new goal is very simple. I add the goal by clicking on the goal module. It opens up. I can add the name of the goal, the weight, the due dates. Email notifications are going out to both the manager and the employee based on these due dates and check-in dates. I can add action steps or milestones. I can link to strategies. Studies show that when you link an individual goal to an organizational strategy, it further engages them in the process so you can see why they're doing what they're doing. It gives them a sense of purpose within the organization. And when I click on that save, this is what that looks like. We're working on these goals. And there's a really nice means of communication between managers and employees here with this goal progress. Both parties will adjust the goal progress from their login. And right away as a manager, I can see when we're in alignment and I can see when we're not. In this particular instance here, reduced time and accounts receivable, 50% of the goal weight. It's one of the more heavily weighted goals that's going to impact this employee's final score and calculation heavier than any others. It's an important goal. It's actually linked to an organizational strategy. And we talked a little bit about what that looks like. You know, it really supports the individual with you know, aligning, you know, what they're doing with the direction of the organization. I can see that the employee has noted this goal at 100%, but I have them at 40%. So right away, I know I need to have a conversation. I can sit down with this employee. I can click on this bell icon, send an email, send a calendar invite, maybe set a reoccurrence pattern where we're sitting down and talking about the goal progression for the next 4 weeks. All of that functionality is there for me to facilitate those conversations with my employees. Now I'll go ahead and open this up, and we're talking about the goal, the employee and I might come to the realization that I did not set a SMART goal. From HR's perspective, we always train our managers to set SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound goals. And these goals, that acronym will support managers and employees having better communication. I don't have it turned on in my demo site here, but we do have a SMART goal tool that you can turn on, and it'll take your managers through that acronym as well. And in fact, as I read through this description, I can see exactly what the problem is. I did not make this a measurable goal. There's no means of measurement here. It's no wonder why the employee feels like they're done. They're at 100%. And I'm saying, well, you're just at 50%. I need to outline that. I need to put by 25%. And I might even put each quarter. And then I may even add quarterly action steps with due dates so that we're sitting down and talking about that every quarter. I'll save that information. Well, actually, we're meeting today. Why don't we meet next month around the same time? Hopefully, when we're tracking our progress next month, we'll be more in alignment. Both managers and employees can document in the notes section the goal progress, or even, just sharing information with one another. And it's really that simple to set goals in the system, to work on goals throughout the entire appraisal cycle. At the end of that evaluation period is where we're going to evaluate the employee. How did they do? Did they make progress? Did they complete? Did they exceed our expectations? So we'll move into those evaluation and forms. And from here, I want to point out a couple of things. We still have the employee selected in our employee selector toolbar, but here are all the processes that are associated with this employee's record. And I have a lot of processes set up in my system just to show you the functionality of the application. Typically, when we are working with an organization, we're setting up that formal review, and it's in most cases tied to the calendar year, January through December. But I've seen organizations have it tied to the employee's hire date, their anniversary date, whatever cycle you'd like to run, we set that up and customize it. And it's nice to know that you have the opportunity to incorporate additional processes like quarterly conversations, maybe an employee development plan, a new hire process, 30, 60, 90-day review. 360 evaluations are available within our system. And that is really exciting functionality as well, because you can establish a 360 evaluation for an individual as a means of professional development. And you can have multiple parties come into that review and provide feedback, direct reports, their managers, maybe employees that they report directly to provide that feedback. And you can share the names of those participants, or you can keep it confidential. There's a lot of functionality there with that 360 functionality. Performance improvement plans, mid-year reviews. I'm just going to touch on the formal evaluation really quickly. If I open that up, it'll open up the review process. So as a manager, what I'm looking at is my employee name, my employee's review process that I'm working on. I see this information card on the far right-hand side. This accounting manager title is a hyperlink. If I click on it, it'll download the job description. That is functionality of the system as well. I could review that job description. If I click on this current evaluation, it'll open up the evaluation process in a bird's eye view. And I do that for demonstration purposes because I want to point out a couple of things here. In the system, we have the employee information summary. This is Jim Adams. His position is the accounting manager position. We looked at the goals and objectives that we assigned to this individual, but the competencies that are assigned to this position are specific to the position. And competencies are behaviors or soft skills that will help an employee be successful in the role that they're in. They have to demonstrate these soft skills in order to be successful. These are the goals and objectives, and these are typically tied to the individual. This is an example of the pre-built content that our application comes with. We can map competencies to your positions and your job titles. We have libraries of competencies that are mapped to positions within our system that you can use for development plans. And the benefit of having competencies tied to positions and job titles within an organization is that 89% of hiring managers will tell us in HR that the reason why an employee didn't work out for a position is because they lack the soft skills that they need to demonstrate in order to be successful in that role. So evaluating the employee based on those soft skills is beneficial for an organization for documentation purposes, but also development purposes. And we'll talk a little bit about that here in a moment. Now, managers have wonderful tools in the technology that support them when it comes to objectively rating their employees. Every competency comes with its own description. It comes with its own behaviorally anchored ranking system. If I scroll down from accountability to the next competency, job knowledge, this behaviorally anchored ranking system is different than the one for accountability. You know, I might get along really well with Jim. Jim and I have this great work chemistry. We even hang out after work. All I want to do is come in here and give him this outstanding performance rating because that's the way I feel. But if I start to read through what it means to meet that expectation, I might come to the realization that he's contributing to the organization. He's doing what I need him to do to be successful in that position. Maybe he's not this outstanding performer that I feel like he is. So a wonderful tool for your managers to objectively rate the employees. And then below that is where the manager would leave comments. And many managers will tell us that this is probably the most time-consuming part of the evaluation, coming up with what to write here. You know, a lot of times it'll just be Jim does a good job, and that's the extent of the feedback that the manager is giving the employee. And that doesn't support a meaningful conversation. It doesn't help facilitate that manager-employee relationship. It just is me having writer's block. So a great tool here when I run the comment coaching that gives me these sentence starters, these phrases that'll start me down the path of leaving meaningful feedback. There are areas of strength, areas of improvement. All I have to do is read through this, select the one that best suits that employee's performance, add that comment, and then add additional context. It's easier now for me as a manager to edit this than it is to create something from scratch. So just some wonderful tools here for your managers. So assisting them in setting those SMART goals, assisting them in objectively rating their employees, leaving meaningful feedback within the evaluation. You know, these are all tools that we're providing the managers that support that manager-employee relationship as well by providing opportunities to have those conversations in meaningful ways. Now, one of the other things that I wanted to point out here, we won't spend too much time in the evaluation process, but every single evaluation once completed will roll into the historical appraisals and forms. We enable e-signatures, so electronically signing those documents. Each document, if you do have the self-evaluations turned on, is really nicely laid out for the conversation between managers and employees. I can print this, I can save it to a PDF, I can sit down with my employee and have a conversation. Here's the score I gave you, the score that you provided if you're doing a self-evaluation, our comments side by side. Now, managers have the ability to leave documents, notes in the system, and this can be for documentation purposes. If I have, time and attendance issues, I can note those, and it can be positive too. Jim may have done a great job on a project, and I want to note that here in the system so that when I do sit down and have a conversation with the employee, I'll have those examples that I can reference. They're all date stamped. Only managers and the HR department sees the notes and documents in the notes and documents section. Now, I'm going to touch a little bit on the reporting, and there's wonderful reports in the system that support the organization when it comes to appraisal status dashboards. Where is everybody in the appraisal process? Who started their evaluation? Who's completed it? Who's e-signed their documents? I'm going to go ahead and open up one of the great reports that's available from the HR perspective, and this is our advanced analytics. So, I just talked about the appraisal status dashboard, and that's really more of an operational piece. Did we get everybody completing their evaluations? But the manager bias report from the HR perspective, you can come in and you can see average performance scoring by manager. Roland's rating everybody almost at a 5. Does he have a halo effect, or does he have a high performing team? And Urban, who's rating everybody at a 2, that's equally as concerning from the HR perspective. I might want to take a look at the gap score analysis, the difference between Urban's score of his employees and the employee's average self-evaluation. When there's a big gap in perception like that, I can drill down into that manager's name. I can take a look at the performance scoring by employee, compare comments side by side. So really great advanced analytics with visual representations of the data that's being gathered in your system. I might want to look at the performance rating distribution and see who needs improvement. Who are these employees? Who are the managers that they report to? What about the high performers? Is there opportunity for development here? One of the other reports that I want to touch on is the career development report. So again, this is sort of thinking about the future. How do we identify employees for opportunities for development within our organization? Through the succession analytics, you have the ability to come in and see how the competencies are being distributed across your organization. We can see all of the competencies here on the left-hand side. And I'll use our organization as an example. We had our CFO retire and our director of finance move into that position. So now we're starting to promote from within. We're looking for somebody from within that has the key core competencies that would support a director of finance role in their current evaluation. If I select management effectiveness and I select budget development and I look at investment performance, these are three key core competencies that I would need an employee to possess in order to be considered a candidate for that role. Once I select those competencies, now I'm looking on the right-hand side. These are all the employees that they have these competencies as a part of their current evaluation. And we're looking at the current appraisal score running top to bottom. This is a 5-level ranking. This 3 is meeting expectations. So anything above that is exceeding expectations. And then running left to right is the current competency scoring for these 3 competencies. This 3 is meeting expectations. Anything to the right of that is exceeding expectations. So Emily Clyde and Greg Skipper are 2 ideal candidates for a development plan into that role. And if I apply the filter to these 2 employees, what is the next logical step that I'm going to take? A comparison. I want to look at performance trends year over year. I want to see their goal achievement. I want to see the detail of the goals that they've been working on and their potential versus performance scoring. And then, of course, in the performance management system under the evaluation and forms, I have the ability to set up a development plan for that employee. And then I can even track how they're doing in their current position as well as in their development plan through the career development advanced analytics. So I can see here current position competency, development plan competencies. Now, I know I've done a lot of talking and we've gone pretty deep into the performance management system and into some of the advanced analytics. I want to do a quick time check here, make sure I'm good on time, or if I have a hard stop coming up. How are we doing, Carol, on time? Is there something that I should be mindful of? Or is everybody?
We don't have times on our agenda.
Okay.
In particular, we want to make sure we highlight.
I mean,
You have highlighted most of what I was curious about, but I don't want to assume that everything that's in my head is the only thing that's important. So I'd encourage you to keep going.
Thank you. So then I will touch on the learning management system and I'll look at it from a learner's perspective. I'll look at all the pre-built content that comes with the application. We'll talk about how you can add your own content too. That sounds perfect. I just wanted to make sure that I was within my lane here with the time constraints and I wasn't and I was being mindful. So wonderful. So, we've touched on the learning, we've touched on the performance management system. I'll go back to the main dashboard and we'll touch on the learning center, the learning management system. Again, this is an integrated platform. So I'm going to move from the manager role. This is a role-based application into an employee role. So I'll log out as the manager and I'll log in as the employee. I've talked a little bit about the development plans from the perspective of identifying individuals within the organization that would be ideal candidates for development planning. With the learning management system, you can, as an employee, go to the positional roadmap and do employee-driven training and development. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a moment. So in the system as the employee, moving into that employee role, again, we're on that integrated dashboard. We can see those performance measures across the top, the learning curriculum, the learning library here. Into the learning curriculum, this is where we can see all of the courses that have been assigned to us within the system. So it's really our curriculum, what we have to take, what's required, what's recommended, what's overdue, what's completed. So as an employee, I can see all of the courses that have been assigned to me. And these are the individual courses under the required tab. If I look at the learning plan, this is where I can see any learning plans that have been associated with my employee record. So Jim is a new hire. And as a new hire, we're asking him to take the sexual harassment, the workplace violence, the diversity and inclusion, look at the employee handbook. This is an automated process that can be assigned to a new hire within the organization, and whatever training components that you'd like that to be a part of that onboarding process can be associated, and it's assigned as soon as you assign that learning plan to the individual. Positional courses can be assigned too, and this is exciting as well because you can have a position assign courses to that position and then assign it to an employee. Those are the required courses. Recommended are typically just courses that an employee might have gone out and taken as an interest, not required per se. And then overdue are courses that I still need to complete. Completed are courses that I've completed in the system. If I open up any one of these completed courses, I can see when I passed that course, the date I completed it, my score that I received within that course. So that's the learning curriculum. Now, the learning library is where you have access to the over 500 soft skill courses, tech skill courses, and the HR compliance courses that are in our library. And you can add your own content too. So if you have any proprietary trainings, PowerPoints, PDFs, Word documents, MP3, MP4 videos, those can be uploaded and categorized and assigned out like any other course. You can upload your own SCORM content or link to outside sources. But under this learning library, I can see all of those courses in the system. This is a tile view. If I flip any one of these tiles, I can see the course type, module description. If I launch this course, this is a Skillsoft course, which is an industry leader in training and development. These are largely video-based courses, and they can be anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes, depending on the content that's being delivered. But you don't have to take it all at once. You can come into the table of contents. You can take it in these increments. The system will remember where you left off to ensure that you can start where you left off. And then at the end of each course is a course test where you can ensure that the learner understood the content that was being delivered. And you can set that pass rate at 70, 80, 90%, whatever you'd like as an organization. So that's one of the courses from Skillsoft in our system. Now I'll switch to the list view, and I'm just going to sort by category here because I want to show you the different categories of content that we have in the system. So we have adapting to change, administrative skills, agile project management, analytics, business planning, career planning, collaboration, communication, leadership, management. There's so many courses in here that can support soft skill development within our system. And we've mapped these courses to competencies in the performance management system, which is really exciting. Now, having a system like this where you can have courses assigned in the learning curriculum, you can have access to this wonderful library of content that's available to your learners. These are wonderful steps forward when it comes to training and development. But you can take it a step further. And again, this is something that you can scale up to within our system. It's a difficult conversation for an employee to have with a manager when it comes to development. Let's say that Jim Adams does come out of his shell and he goes and he talks to Emily Clyde as manager and he says, I would like to develop into this role. And then now you're asking the manager, when most managers in HR, most managers will tell us in HR that they don't even have time to do a performance evaluation, let alone create a development plan for an employee. But you're asking a manager to do that after that conversation with the employee. And what happens if the manager drops the ball on that? Then the employee is left thinking, well, it looks like this organization is going to be a roadblock to my path forward. So I have to look elsewhere. With our positional roadmap, you can take your learning management your learning management system a step further by setting up positional roadmaps for employee-driven training and development. So Jim Adams can come in, he can see a current position listed here, the courses, the knowledge, the skills required to be successful in that role. If I wanted to select from a prospective position, I can see a list of those positions. Maybe director of finance is the next obvious step for me, transition. That's something I'd like to look at. I can pull up a knowledge gap analysis as the learner. I can look at the skills that would be required for me to be successful in this position. And if everything's to my liking, all I have to do is request the positional courses from my supervisor. So it's a wonderful tool for that employee-driven training and development. And this is all one integrated automated solution. So as soon as I send that request, my supervisor can approve or deny that request within the system. Any questions on the learner's perspective, the courses, or anything like that in the learning management system?
No, I feel like that was pretty comprehensive.
I feel like it's impossible to have something that comprehensive without developing questions, but I wouldn't know where to start. Well, I've heard a lot of things that I liked.
Thank you.
It's hard to say 1,000 things without piquing a lot of curiosities, along the way. I made a few notes, but they're just general, so they wouldn't apply at this moment as a place to interject.
Thank you.
Questions for the presenter or?
No, I have questions for staff,
Yeah.
but not for the presenter. Thanks for taking your time today.
Yes. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share it with your team, and my deepest condolences for the passing of your board member. I know that that was shared with me, and my thoughts and prayers are with you all. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of your meeting today.
Rebecca.
You're welcome. Have a great day, everybody. Let me know if there's any questions. Send me emails. I'll be happy to respond to them. Anything that comes up from the meeting.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Bye.
Caroline, this was a huge lift. I just want to say thank you and your team for doing it. The package you're putting in place pulls together in one system things that I'm used to being in separate packages that don't talk to each other and make the effort really difficult to follow through on. So good on you guys for picking something that's so complete. And from the outside looking in, reasonably easy to use and adjust to.
Yeah.
I think it's a great opportunity as well to more fully support our employees. And I think it's the soft things are going to become more and more important as we try and attract and retain people within our county. It's only going to be successful though if it's fully used. And I'm kind of curious what plans are in place to train, promote, and develop our employees to use the system. And more importantly, what's going to be necessary to enforce the system's use so it actually happens?
It's a great question. It starts here, right? I know we're a few months late and we already rolled the system out in May. But it starts at the top. It needs to be, like you said, we're only going to get out of it what we put into it. And so rolling it out, we need to get it in the hands of our employees. We did an all employee training and made that available so that people can rewatch it when, they need a refresher. We did all employee or all supervisor training and made that available for them to rewatch as needed too. And then I am conducting one-on-ones currently with all of our supervisors that have reviews that are due in the upcoming months. And we're sitting down. I just did one with Carl. Ours was probably 2.5 hours, but trying to keep them, within an hour, to really go through all of the elements of the system and not just, okay, you have a review, check the box and get this process done. It's really, what is the best use of this program and how can you incorporate it into your day-to-day, check-ins and communication with your staff? Because it's not just a review, right? There's so much more that this system has the capabilities and functions to do. So, ongoing, this is turning a ship, right? This is turning a huge ship. It's going to take some time, but it's going to be through one-on-ones and through the support of our leadership and actually taking the time to log in and check the system out and learn about it and assign things and assign goals. And, honestly, the board setting goals for the organization. And as you saw, we have the ability to link those strategic goals from the board to the rest of the organization. So for example, if you wanted to set a goal of improving customer experience and you just keep it generic, right? That's something that can be drilled down to every single role in the organization. Even an internal focus service can be, aligned with that goal. Megan could be given a goal of create a QR code for all of the public facing counters and, real-time surveys go out, and then the people that are attached to those service centers have goals assigned to them on improve your service results for the survey by, from 60% satisfaction to 80% satisfaction. And we drill down into actually assigning metrics to the big picture goals that you present to the organization.
Thank you. Are your commissioners on the list of supervisors?
It was sent to you. However, I think at this point, I don't have Brian set up or Peter set up to be reviewed. That was a decision that we made just during setup, but that can be changed at any time. So if
I'm not directing you to do that.
No,
I think it should be a conversation that we have.
You should absolutely have access to the system to use it and to be able to, give direction however you want to use it.
And then somehow that we have to be on there as people who also have to use the system and are evaluated ourselves and have goals and are measured the same way. Why not? The only question is who does the evaluation? I haven't figured that out yet.
Brian and I do it.
That's what I thought.
I
Yeah,
would do
thought
it.
Feedbacks are gonna be held.
I'll give you feedback.
Yeah.
We did the last process. maybe.
But see, but that's a good point.
Right,
It's the
that's why I'm
reason
making-
why is because there's not a formal structure and it's kind of just this when we have extra time and it's not intentional. And although you have the intention, when you don't have a structure or a system in place to follow to push you through the gates, it's a lot less likely that it's going to get done.
That's a segue to another question I had, I think. They talked about dashboards, but do they push alarms to supervisors or the supervisor's supervisor if things are falling behind?
Yeah, we electrocute their seats.
Mm-hmm.
No, we send
I prefer.
callers. Yeah, it's all email based. So
Okay.
the notifications go out before things are due. So when it's about a month before it's due, the notifications go out to the employee and to the supervisor that this is coming up so they can log in and get started. And then as it passes, if the date passes, then they start to get weekly reminders that they have an overdue review.
And does that eventually go up the?
It does.
Okay.
Yep, there is an escalation in there that it goes to the supervisor.
Darn, did you get one?
There's probably a lot of that happening right now because we just rolled it out and obviously I'm only one person. I can only meet with everyone as often as I can. And so we have some overdue reviews because we launched this and just went after it. So it's going to take some time.
So a couple of years from now, how are you and the county manager going to know the program was a success?
That's a great question. So I do a summary at the beginning of every year of the previous year's kind of HR analytics, which covers, turnover, retention rates, our recruitment, lots of different analytics that obviously if this is working, those will be improving. Also, it's going to be in the experience of our staff and surveys that we send out. We're doing for the first time ever, we're collecting a net promoter score for the survey or before and after. That's something that I'd like to do annually. I'd like to figure out, what is it that we can do to improve the experience where we become truly an employer of choice. And that means that when you work here, you want the people that you are familiar with to come work here too, that you want to spread the news that this is a great place to work. So collecting that can help. And it's really going to be, and Brian and I looking at the reports that she showed you today to see how is this being utilized? What is the engagement rate? How many people are not doing their reviews? How many people are giving all fives? And then building training to fill the gaps.
I would think that, and you may have just said this and I missed it, slipping between the cracks in short words, but short phrases, but I would think that engaging with, as partners, the employees to ask them particularly about the system and how it's working for them and how they like the system is going to be important. When you say like, you're talking about feelings instead of thoughts, but thoughts are usually interpreted to be cognitive and they come from a lot, your knowledge comes from a lot of places, not just stuff you're cognitively thinking. And so finding out how people are reacting to it and observing outcomes is one thing. It's tricky to interpret outcomes, the clues that are hidden in how people are reacting and sort out the effect of this program from the effect of other factors that are going on in the world and in their lives and in the organizations, personnel relationships and stuff like that. So it's hard to sort all that out, but you could get some feelings for it. But I think that that asking point blank how it's working for them and how they would make it better if they could.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and the reason I say that is because I think it's a very powerful tool and it's been integrated in a comprehensive fashion that I like a lot. That's the way I like to assemble a whole picture that ties together and is linked. But sometimes that can become overwhelming or impersonal in its programming and the way that it's programmed so much. And I thought it started out with how people need to go home at the end of the day. How do they feel about their job as a major barometer of success? It's, what we get out of them is what we feel we can get out of them. But how they feel about the job at the end of the day is going to have a huge impact on their performance anyway. And their I think, and their ability to stay in the job long-term, to have sustainable workforce that sticks around for a while. So a system like this is going to be inevitable in a modern world, that this is what we have to go to. We have this power, we need to use it. But how do we maintain the personal aspect that respects, because there's still a personal touch involved with people going home feeling respected and having self-respect at the end of the day when they walk off the job, which is that whole conundrum between the quest for excellence. And if you drive for excellence super hard every day in everything you do, and you focus only on that and you forget about all the parts, somebody can be 95% good. And if they keep hearing about that 5 or 10%, it's pretty hard to feel good at the end of the day. And I know that because I was driven in my business to turn out perfect product, at a ridiculous level. And so I was so focused on that perfection every time I walked on the job that I began to realize after a few years of doing it that I had to change how I talked to people, because I didn't take care of that feeling part of it at the end of the day. Because you're going to react to your job the way you feel about your job. And it's just not the way you can evaluate it across a bar and a graph and on a dashboard. That doesn't mean I don't like the dashboard. I don't like the integrated system or any of that, but it's a flip side of using a system like that, I think, is how you can maintain a person's ability to feel like more than a cog in a machine somewhere out lost by themselves. So
Yeah, I think that's poignant considering the commentary about Sally and how she added that personal aspect to her job. And that is a piece that, with structures are great, systems are necessary, but if we forget that we're dealing with humans and we need to have human conversations, because some conversations are not going to be easy. They're not going to be, celebrate your successes, although the system helps us do that formally. Some of them are going to be, hey, these are opportunities for improvement. And those are just as important, because when you're not good at a part of your job, it, and it eats away at you, whether you acknowledge it or not. It's very difficult to go home and know that there's a part of your job that you're just like, I do not feel competent in this area, but it's very hard to go to your supervisor and say, hey, I suck at this. Can you help me? But to be able to be evaluated and to have that buy-in from your supervisor, say, I see this as an area where there's room for improvement and I want to help you. I'm going to coach you. I'm going to create a plan for you. We're going to sit step by step. The compensation analysis is a good example. I told Brian from day one, I'm like, I'm terrified of this. And he's been very, helpful in guiding me through step by step and the ways that I can get through this without, losing my mind. But it's important to have that human component where you're not forgetting that people need to not just have a system they can plug in a bunch of information, but to sit down and talk to their supervisor about how they can continue to develop. One thing that we didn't get to talk about in the demo was, and we're not quite ready to roll this out to the organization, but there's a component for employee recognition in the system too, where anyone can log in and I can say, I'm going to do an accommodation for Megan. I'm going to fill out this form and I'm going to send it, and it goes to Megan and it goes to her boss. And it just says, hey, I recognize that she did this amazing thing and I saw it, and I want to document it and make sure that she's acknowledged for it. It's there right now. We just haven't really rolled it out to staff to tell them, hey, start doing this, or this is a formal program we're going to do, and start, doing monthly reports and awards and things like that. But it's there. It's a component too that, I hope to dig into and roll out to staff soon.
Kind of a follow-on question to that, because this is kind of a similar reaction, and not a negative one. I completely support doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate that this system will increase those face-to-face check-ins or decrease them?
So the training that I'm providing to staff is that this requires a face-to-face check-in. There is no sign the form, put it in the system and walk away. You read my comments, I read your comments, we're good to go. The final, when it's finalized, it means that you set a meeting, and the meeting is a one-on-one. So that's annually, but regular check-ins to build the content to go into these reviews have not been structured in the system yet, just because, we're an elementary school here and we need to graduate to those levels. But I foresee that as being something that complements this, where, you have your weekly check-in and you're using the system to create the notes to build the content for that review. So when it comes time, you're not starting from scratch.
Yeah, I'm picturing my grandson sitting in his bedroom, looking at his screen, playing games with his friends who are in New York and Evergreen. And, and they're having actually quite a bit of, interaction, at least they're doing that, but I'm, as opposed to looking at the results of something and not having a formalized way of having people maintain personal relationships, so that they actually feel a connection as opposed to being distant
Yep.
from management. I think the more distant you are from management, I think the more distant, honestly, the more distant the employees of this organization are from the county commissioners, the worse it is for them.
I've got one closing question.
Okay.
Can an individual create an employee without a job description?
Can an individual,
Yeah, okay, I'll rephrase it. Let's say you have a new hire or you promote someone to a new position. Is there something that keeps that person from being entered into the system without a job description?
no, everyone that's entered in the system would have a job description tied to them. We wouldn't hire a position without a
Okay.
job description.
Were you looking at that as an opportunity or a flaw that you need to fail safe against?
I think organizations need a fail-safe against that.
Yeah.
Because it's when you look backwards and say, oh, no, we didn't have a job description. There's usually a reason for looking backwards and then you've been bitten.
I
So
guess
I'm just glad to hear that it's unlikely to ever occur.
the exception would be an elected official. We don't have job descriptions for commissioners, but you all have.
Maybe you should.
Access to.
Yeah,
this.
yes. Maybe we
Oh,
should.
boy.
Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
With both requirements and guardrails.
I've got, I sent you a list of questions. Most of them were answered in the presentation. But I am just curious, what is the annual contract for this system?
How much?
Yeah.
$8,700 a year.
Wow.
It was
That's
by far exactly the most minimal cost to all the ones we looked at. There were some that were a lot more expensive than that. And this is fully integrated with our applicant tracking system, which was a huge bonus because now we can take them from the point of being a candidate to onboarding right into performance and learning.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, what do you get out? That was my question. What do you get out of it? Other than the ability to hit the install button?
Okay, so yeah, I asked how this could integrate with and be responsive to goals set by the BOCC. That was answered. How it will enhance the ability of the organization to execute on those goals. That was answered. I also wrote down a suggested goal, improving the constituent experience. I really like the way that's framed. That might be showing up. You answered whether it was live. I'm curious, who needs to buy into this system for it to work? Is this a one champion thing? Is this and how's that buy-in going? Is staff excited about this? The reason I'm asking this question is because we brought a system to help us evaluate our budget right before I was elected. It had one champion and they were kind of using it, but staff was a little resistant. It wasn't used well. And then that person left. And that system is somewhere. You can still go look in the data. But it never really landed the plane in terms of influencing the organization's outcomes.
That's a great question and a great point. And the story I can tell you about that is we rolled this out in the first week in May. We did the training that same week. I hadn't even had a chance to really set the meetings up yet, which in hindsight I should have done beforehand, but was going a million miles an hour and didn't get that done. And I started setting up the meetings and immediately within a week or two, had emails that people had done their reviews. Stoy was the very first one and Dustin, and I sent him a message, was like, all right, I'm going to buy you lunch because that's amazing that you got in here and did it. And got it done without, with nothing more than the training that was offered to roll it out. Without a one-on-one with me, they went in there and got it done. And there's several others that just kind of went in there and it's user-friendly. You saw it. They just figured it out and they went in there and there's been a few opportunities for coaching. Employees submitting it without making any comments, and comments are required because we want engagement. We want engagement at all levels. And so to answer the question, like this is going to require every single person, not just me. taking the time to get in here and learn it and make it a priority. And, although the buck may stop here and that I'm, emailing and making phone calls and setting up meetings with people to ensure that this is being adopted and used throughout the organization, it hasn't been a problem so far. Maybe we're just in the, honeymoon phase, but it seems to be very widely accepted and people are excited about it. I'm sure there are definitely some employees that are nervous simply because performance management has, like HR, a kind of a negative viewpoint, depending on who you are and your experience with them. It's like, oh no, be quiet, HR's coming in the room. And oh no, it's my performance review time. I'm gonna find out if I'm gonna keep my job. It's been misused and abused in organizations. So there's some reprogramming that's gonna have to happen. But I think for the most part, staff are very excited and engaged.
I want to add to that. It's got to get ingrained in the culture of the organization. There is no formal performance review process today in our organization. I think the sheriff's office was doing a little bit, but these are the first reviews that new staffs have ever had for many, many years. So this understanding of why we want to focus on performance, how in the end we think it's actually going to benefit and help the employee while improving the services and the outcomes of those services, all of that's got to get ingrained in the actual culture of the org. So it becomes a way of doing business. So this does represent a pretty major sea change for the organization in terms of actually doing performance reviews.
Yeah, I think it's important if possible. I know it's a tall lift and I appreciate what you're saying. I believe it's important that it's based on, performance. It's also, I think, I heard Mitch use a word a little bit ago about how do we enforce it. And I think the language we use is going to be really important. I think it's, and not a knock because I know what you mean, but how do we get this thing done? How do we get buy-in? How do we encourage its use? How do we make it a rewarding enough experience for the employees that they realize that they're actually making their life better and their employment better by using the system, so it's rewarding for them to use it. I think the carrot rather than the stick, because it's like I was saying earlier in my own place where I was dealing with both subcontractors and employees, and I know everybody that's been in a management job has had to do that. But sometimes you've got to use a stick and sometimes you have to make very hard decisions. But in the meantime, being able to do it in a way that make people want to be there and want to do this stuff is really important. So how do we make the system fun enough to do on the company dime, on the company time to make them feel happy about what they did at the end of the day, even if it means coming to Jesus a little bit with ways that they can and need to improve, It's seen as an opportunity.
I remember you saying to me that if someone doesn't know what's going to be on their review, their annual review, if they have to wonder, we've already kind of not been doing our job as supervisors along the way.
Right.
And that's kind of what this reminds me of. My last question, and is just you write in the memo, this allows every feedback opportunity to be constructive. What is a feedback opportunity? What makes them constructive or destructive?
So the feedback opportunity is going to be any time that a supervisor sits down and talks to staff about expectations, performance, set standards. And what makes it constructive are kind of similar to SMART goals, right? It needs to be something that's specific. It needs to be actionable. It needs to be something that's aimed at helping the employee improve. It needs to not be a personal attack on their character. So going into what makes it destructive, these are things that are vague, inconsistent in timing, and inconsistent in outcomes, and focused on kind of who they are as a person versus, what their performance expectations are. And what the reason why I put that in the memo is because this, as Brian mentioned, has not been done here formally before. So it's not to say that certain departments or certain supervisors brought something with them from their previous experience and rolled that out with just their staff, but that was not happening across the board. And there was no structure in place and there was no trainings associated with competencies to be able to say, not only are we going to celebrate your successes and show how much we value you in the organization, but we're also going to recognize the areas where you can improve. And we're going to create training plans and opportunities for you to get coaching from those that can influence you in that way in the organization and formalize it. So, you know, having feedback needs to be something that you walk out of that experience feeling like you're better than you came in.
Thank you. And that's all for me. I'm really excited about this.
I just want to say thank you to Carol Ann. This was a heavy lift. Many things lacking in terms of processes and systems in HR when she got here, and her team are doing a lot of work to check those boxes. So thank you very much for this.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's a big step.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is with Aaron Crowley. He's available, or we can go to the next one.
Go to the next one.
Okay, we're going to take up item number 4, consideration of resolution number 24-52. A resolution establishing an expanded county position on planning and management for off-highway vehicles in unincorporated Clear Creek County. With Amy.
Here it is. Latest. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, commissioners. I am here today to speak to you about a resolution. It's resolution 2452. And this is a resolution to establish a county position on planning and management for off-highway vehicles in unincorporated Clear Creek County. The purpose of this resolution is to position our county to endeavor to engage in further planning and management, really. As you know, the county adopted the Clear Creek ROMP, the Recreation and the Outdoors Management Plan, in December. And in that plan, one of the priorities was developing user management programs for key areas, key user groups. One of the ones that was really urgently identified was OHVs. And so after presenting and adopting the ROMP, the commissioners, yourselves, directed staff to prioritize the recreation management priority around developing a management plan for OHVs. So when we came back to talk to you about that, we discussed an approach to that, which would include developing a county position on OHV user management so as to engage in further planning with our partners in this area and the towns, the Forest Service, CPW, all the various stakeholders and partners in this project. So also, as you probably recall, the approach I proposed at that meeting was to hear from you all on your guardrails, interests, initial thoughts on that process and on our county position, and then to engage in an internal stakeholder series of internal stakeholder conversations within the county organization to further elucidate that position. That is what we did, and that is what this resolution represents. We heard from you on some key guidelines and premises for that position, and we spoke to 3 different internal stakeholder groups: the Open Space Commission, the Planning Commission, and a group of staff. And from that, we took the 2 main premises that the BOCC provided, the first of which was to maintain our current policy prohibiting OHVs on county roads, and a second premise to adopt user management practices that aligned with a policy of no expansion. And then spoke to those three groups and identified three other position guidelines, one around some land use concerns that the Planning Commission and the Open Space Commission identified. We spoke with the sheriff and identified an enforcement approach that could fit within current capacity, and also identified an approach around public information and the need to address that, and also identified that that is a somewhat complex endeavor and will require some coordination with various partners. And so this resolution is an effort to create a coordinated, informed position statement that will allow us as a county to engage in the next stages of planning. In the memo, also, I talk a little bit about a couple of open questions that I'm proposing we would address through what will probably need to be a fairly significant project that would follow this, that would address two main issues. One is that we really would benefit, I would assert, by assembling some additional data that would allow us to quantify the use that is taking place in the county in a more profound and robust way. I think we can make a lot of anecdotal and observed conclusions about use. And I think we would benefit by quantifying some of that use and being able to present data on the use. I think that would inform us. One of the questions I personally have is that I think would really inform our approach to management is to get a better understanding of how much OHV use is taking place on our roads. All of it is illegal. How much of that use is taking place discreetly on county land where someone is coming specifically to recreate on OHVs only on county land, and how much is taking place on county roads to access the US forest. Those two types of use, those two types of illegal road use are what would require, in my mind, different management approaches and different responses to control and manage and deal with those two different activities and those two different types of use. So some study to try to see what we can learn about how much of the use on county roads is for either of those two purposes is just one example of the type of data I think would be worth collecting. And then once armed with that data, a project to create an aligned vision and start to put all of that together into what would be an informed policy position that would be supported by alignment, especially with the US forest, which I think would be an important partner to have at the table to maintain a positive partnership with that entity and to make sure we were coordinated in our work. So that is some background and a little bit of context for the next steps that we would be using this resolution to support and inform. And I'll leave it there for your questions and comments.
Let's start. Thank you.
Yes.
The memo referenced expanded public inquiry, and I'm wondering how you propose that's accomplished.
Where will you remind me, was that referencing expanded public inquiry in the future, in the follow-up steps?
It's probably in subsequent steps.
Yeah.
Because it seems like we had an opportunity to engage, but we were not there. We haven't done that yet.
Yes. So, I mean, I think the public inquiry, I think I would highly recommend continued and expanded public inquiry. We had some public inquiry during the ROM process, although we did not delve deeply into the OHV topic. one of the puzzles with public inquiry will be to figure out how to allow each constituency to engage discreetly with their constituent group, and also to have a whole constituent inquiry. So we as the county org can talk to our constituencies, each municipality can talk to their constituency, and we can talk to our community as a whole, and the forest can talk to their constituency. It's quite complicated to figure out how to do all that, but that is the task at hand, and that's what I would assert that we will need to do to fully understand our responsibilities
Our responsibility to,
to all of our different constituency groups throughout
can you name those constituencies?
the different towns and our unincorporated county, and then our community as a whole. And then the forest will have their own view on what their responsibility
But
is
they
to
manage
their
their
user
land.
groups. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
And I think specifically the comment in the memo was about also educating the public about what the actual rules are. So we can continue to get that out there that, you know, you can't drive on.
Right, which has another complexity to it, because that does have things that we would want to be able to influence around, like I know that there are OHV dealers that recommend coming to Clear Creek County. There are tourist groups that tourism, and we have CPW, Stay the Trails, the Forest, all of those groups have content recommending or providing information about trails in Clear Creek County, where, say, on forest land, that use is permitted, but they don't thread the needle on the problem that they have to use a county road to access that road, which requires an illegal use. And so they just omit, they don't include any information about that. So there's just a lot of relationships and Venn diagrams to navigate to address all of the public information concerns.
So when you talk about an aligned vision, that's kind of what you're talking
Yeah,
about, right?
yeah. And figuring out how we can address the forest is going to have some audience issues that they're going to have to address that impact our ability to meet our community needs and our goals. And all of those overlap. We don't have to play music for the forest or for, you know, but their music, our people can hear their music, you know? So those things are just things we have to unravel and figure out how to work together on choosing how we want to navigate that.
Okay. I have some suggestions for
The resolution.
how the resolution can be improved before adoption. Some of them are minor. I can deliver them in writing, like it's like the land use concerns under number 4. Kind of would like those to be separated out and kind of. I'd like for a constituent of ours to read this and proximity to residential areas
I also
could be
kind of,
phrased in it.
wrote a different version of that too.
But at a high level, in the memo, I really like sort of the proposal to initiate a project that has those 2 items. I think those 2 items are kind of the next steps.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind just seeing them in the resolution. Actually, I would prefer to vote on a resolution that has those next steps in it.
Okay.
And so that's one thing. The other thing is that I really think this resolution should articulate our rationale for this position that we're taking of non-expansion. In a specific way. And I know that you stated that you don't want sort of anecdotal things to be in here. Or maybe I'm missing you, but you stated that, like anecdotal, we should approach anecdotal arguments with caution, and I agree with that. And I think that we have enough evidence of what's going on in our communities and can rely on sort of theory, like here's an example, to maximize the benefits of visitation. need to focus on capacity and parking. And we can acknowledge without having to conduct a study that when a pickup truck with a trailer shows up in downtown Idaho Springs, what it's doing is it's reducing the capacity of that economy. It's not adding to it, right? Because it takes up 3-4 spots for 2 or 3 people buying cheeseburgers. Those are the kinds of arguments that I'd like to see in this resolution, that I think are well founded. And if someone in the future wants to have a different opinion, I'd like for them to know the opinion of this board after this long adventure trying to understand this stuff in a very specific way.
Okay.
So that's one example of sort of what I mean when I say I'd like us to articulate the rationale.
I think I've heard the word anecdotal used almost every time I've spoken about this, just so you know. And I think that my anecdotal evidence exceeds any of the data that anybody else has provided so far. And I think we can make decisions based on, it's a flood when the water's running down the street, for example. And I think that we know from every experience we've had in Clear Creek County that when we build a parking lot, we end up needing a bigger parking lot, and we still have parking on the road near the parking lot. It doesn't take long for that parking lot to induce demand, just like in transportation. That's pretty observable. It's been observable in numerous locations where we've tried to do that. It's been observable at St. Mary's. It's been observable on at places that aren't OHV related. So we know that we've observed that very frequently. Maybe I shouldn't say every single time, but in most cases, when we've tried to meet a demand like this, a tourism demand or a recreational demand, we found that it becomes a place that becomes known. So people come to the parking lot and they fill the parking lot, and then we need a bigger parking lot, and we still need cops to write tickets on the street. And we also know, because we've commissioned contractors to build, to design parking lots for us, who have told us that after we build the parking lot, we will have to provide for expansion of that parking lot, and we'll have to put either physical barriers and or more signage and more law enforcement at that location to prevent the parking on the road if we think it's going to stop the parking on the road. And those are design professionals who have seen the results of their own work in the past. And I don't recall the people's name that designed the parking lot for us for North Empire when we were looking at that one. But the guy told me that on the road. I said, what can we expect as a result of doing this? Because what we're trying to do is get this parking off the road. And he said, well, it's just going to become a welcome mat that's going to drag more people to it. So that's a design professional advising us after he's designed it, that's going to be the result if you want to put it in. So, we have that in our history in the past. We also know, I've contacted, working at NOCO for the last 5 years as their chair. I've been working with the other 5 counties in the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest, which has come to this head because it wraps around the Denver to Fort Collins metro area. And that's the place that's most easily accessed. And the county that has the biggest conduit for access is Clear Creek County, with I-70 running right through it. Now that's anecdotal, but you can see it pretty clearly from the window out here, and you can especially see it and hear it on the weekends. So we know that we've got a serious potential impact without doing more studies to understand that. So I got a question. The first one is about, for this agenda item today is actually basically a work session with a possibility of action, since the resolution itself hasn't been brought back before us since it's been constructed, other than the discussion that you and I had that day. And I decided that I didn't want to, what I saw was it looked basically good. And by the way, first I want to say, I think this is really a pretty good job. I'm liking what I see. Okay. That's the first thing I want to say. But there's maybe one radical change that I'd like to make in the direction that it's going. Okay. And I'll get to that in a minute. I'll get to that in a minute. I had expressed previously that I thought that we needed to see this thing in progress because it was something that was requested by the Board of County Commissioners with a specific intent, and we wanted to know that it was capturing the intent, not going off the rails somewhere. And I didn't see it going off the rails, but there's one specific element of it that I think where it might be going in another direction, and that's to go back out and try to figure out, because there's implications in your words spoken here and in this that doing this study and talking to all these constituencies might bring us to some other management options that we could use to solve the problem. And as you said, I don't think we have to sing, we don't have to play their music for it.
Right.
And so for me, when we've said, no, we don't want to legalize it on any roads, that doesn't mean for now we're going to legalize it. We're not going to legalize it on any roads. And then we're going to go out and talk to people and see if they want us to legalize it so we can find some places where it would be helpful to do that. Or that we're going to study wildlife impacts when we know they exist already and we can see them. Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I agree with you that we need to put some work into this. And I want to suggest maybe this could be a conversation between the board about what we want to see in this thing so that we can.
You know, you're going to talk about some things that you want to see, and I'd like to suggest that I made some notes here myself, and I want to talk about those things.
Yeah, and what I'm suggesting, I want to hear what you have to say and ask staff to take notes on it. And I think that conversation could be among us about what we want to see in here. That's
Well, it'll have to take place in this room, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
So
what
this
I'm
is a
doing
good
is I'm
time to-
asking you to address me and Mitch.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm addressing everyone right now, including the public and the people that are watching in.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not attacking, as a matter of fact, I'm not attacking Amy right now because I just stated that as I read through this, there's several things that kind of triggered me and I went, oh yeah, that makes total sense all the way through until I found just a couple of places I wanted to change. But one of them is a pretty major change and it's in that same area of number 4 down here. And I wanted, and I'm trying to address the reasons why for that. So basically, I mentioned the other 4 counties. Every one of those 4 counties that I just mentioned, every one of them does not allow any OHVs on any of their county roads anywhere, period. And they've all expressed that they have no intention to do that and they don't think they're ever going there. They also don't allow OHVs on any of their county open space or other county lands. And they're very clear about that. And the one exception is the same kind of exception as the de facto exception here, which is people that are on unmaintained county roads trying to dig out after a storm will sometimes use OHVs with buckets and stuff like that, just like any piece of equipment they can get out there to clear the snow. But it's not allowed for recreational use on any of those lands. So that's, 4 isn't a very big database in terms of being data. But it's hardly anecdotal when we know that all the counties that share this condition with us have adopted those policies within their own counties. And I think it tells us a lot about the future. So the other stuff I just have to say is specific to the, because I didn't make many changes. I would suggest that on the next to the last whereas, the 8th whereas, at the end of the of number 1, it says the county policy prohibiting OHVs on county roads, and I would add or lands and make the distinction at this time in that guardrail that that's where we're headed with this. And we're not looking for reasons why we need to do this in the future. I would also state that down below on number 4, it would say something more like Clear Creek County will, and then strike out initiate through include and write Clear Creek County will further continue to not allow OHVs or other motorized recreation on county open space and other county lands in consideration of impacts to the county, including but not limited to, and then following with your 4 bullet points down below. So in other words, we're not going out to study and decide whether we want to do it. What I didn't like was the idea that we want to see if there's any places we want to prohibit it. It's my understanding that right now, we don't have any open space on which we allow motorized recreation and OHVs. So what we're really doing is almost reversing direction on that and saying, okay, where do we want to prohibit it? Because then that implies that the de facto condition without prohibition is allowance. And to me, I don't know why we'd be talking about deciding where we want to prohibit it when we already prohibit it on all county lands. And when all the counties around us prohibited on their county lands. I would just cut straight to the chase. I don't think we need a study to figure out whether to do it. I think we should just, do it.
thank you, Randy. Let me be more clear. I think what I meant by that is, should we like sign, enforce, identify, and, take a place like Blue Hill above, between Silver Lakes and, and like
At Duma.
post it and sign it and chain it and, like really say, we really mean it, and make it truly enforce our policies. Right now, that would be a decision that we would have to be able to do and put some weight behind it.
Right.
And so that is really what I meant by number 4, which was not written clearly. So thank you for pointing that out.
Sure. And Mr. Chair, I just want to state that the reason I brought all this up is that knowing that we hadn't had an opportunity to see it before today, and it's such a contentious issue, and since we had requested it, I wanted us to be able to have input in it, and I saw that it was in for action, I kind of went, well, I mean, we have to see it before we can really get into it and have a discussion, and we have to have this discussion about it. But since it was noted for action, I wanted to bring this specificity to it to see if our conversation today could lead us to a place that we could say, if you make these changes, we're good.
Yeah, I think we should be specific. I don't think I'm prepared to take action today.
Okay.
I don't think we can write this thing today, but I do think that it's time for us to have the specific conversation you're initiating. So.
Yeah, and if we make this, if we wanted to do, and I felt the same way, we didn't have enough, you guys especially, I saw a little exposure to this previously that Amy had showed me, and I decided honestly, because both she and Brian let me know that this was a work in progress, not ready for prime time, didn't want to see it out yet. And I thought, well, if it's a work in progress, then I don't want to step in the middle of their details and micromanage it too much. I didn't see anything in there that said, we want to build a giant parking lot and legalize it on these roads, which I knew we weren't going to see. So once I saw it was within that general guardrails, I just shut up and told them to keep working, and we'll see it when it comes out. I thought it would come as a work session, but it's okay.
Let me comment on that. I think we just wrote the agenda in such a way that you could take action if you want, or you're giving us direction. You know what? It needs this, and this. Please bring it back. And that's what we're hearing today. And that's exactly what we'll do.
Okay. And the assertiveness with which I approach this conversation is just based on over 8 years of dealing with this in a hardcore way since before I got on county commission, recognizing the limitations and the allowable uses in the forest, understanding that we're not out there to, melt them all down or anything like that and stop them from going where they can go, but that we have issues in our community and in the environment that we need to address and look to the future.
Okay.
So-
I hear you. Yeah.
Randy's passion has caused me to now question one of the numbered entries as well, and that's number 5, where it talks about law enforcement utilizing enforcement efforts as capacity allows. And that, I'm not sure that brings any value to resolution, because it kind of says, if we have nothing else to do and we're in the right place at the right time, we'll do something. That's my interpretation of the sentence. Maybe we should encourage them to do something more proactive, as opposed to give them an out that says, we know they're understaffed. I don't question that, but this is like this is a do nothing kind of sentence to me.
I think I would state that, like, we don't say we'll enforce speeding as capacity allows. We just say we'll enforce speeding. As capacity allows is a given. And as soon as you say as capacity allows, people go, they said they're understaffed, we can speed. So I think that honestly, striking those words would be helpful. I will say that based on the history we've known over the last several years of trying to get that commitment, that this is a big step that Sheriff Harris is taking beyond what we have in the past in terms of saying we will enforce. And it's a given that they'll do it only when they can, both parking and illegal operations.
Should we ask if the sheriff would say he's willing to, obviously this is because he said he will, right? 'Cause we don't get to direct him. Maybe we could ask him if he says he will enhance enforcement efforts.
Maybe.
But it's a good observation.
It is.
what else? I have in mind to kind of facilitate us through construction of some content.
Enhanced works with enhanced capacity allows, by the way. I was just going to absorb what you said.
Before I get into that, some of it probably will just come up because it's in your notes. What else is in your notes?
Let me just look and make sure I didn't. The resolution refers, and I just read the edits that I had. And there could be some reconstruction of the order in which the numbers go because of that change and focus on prohibiting on county lands as well. But we could talk about that a little later. It does refer to and Peter put this in the resolution, it refers to 2018 Ordinance 13. And what that does is it basically exemplifies that it's already illegal based on a 2017 county ordinance on all county roads. And it refers to a number of conditions under which OHVs can be used. And I just wanted to point out that on a couple of those under CRS 3E in the different scenarios, in describing, I'll just read this. In the different described allowable crossing and bridge culvert scenarios, that presumes it's in the course of crossing from one legal point of operation to another. It does not imply that the use of any county road is therefore legal other than be crossed at a 90-degree angle. So it doesn't, people shouldn't assume that because they can cross the state highway or cross the county road, that means they can be on a county road crossing a state highway. They're not supposed to be on the county road to begin with, and that's still the case. And then under 3E2F, referring to the right of local political jurisdictions to legalize OHV traffic, Peter, this is for you, on county roads. It concludes with, and this is just in the state law, but no street or road which is part of the state highway system may be so designated. And technically, county roads are part of the state highway system.
Right.
So they're state highways to begin with. And I'm sure that someone would concoct some kind of a defense against that if they were trying to. I think counties can legalize them if they want to still.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Okay.
And the state's allowing that.
Point of clarification, are you suggesting that that specific language should be in the resolution or?
I think it's good to have it in there.
Okay.
I think it is good to have it in there.
Just want to make sure.
And I don't know if it's worthy of a whereas, but it is of note that in 2000, the one time I know that the county tried to legalize OHVs on one county road in the county, there was a very large outcry of people, and that resolution failed on second reading because of that. So we have experience with constituency already speaking out when we've thought about doing it, but I don't know that it's necessary to kick that horse again.
It's interesting you mentioned that because when I Googled Clear Creek County ordinance number 13, the ordinance I found was that ordinance that would legalize roads on North Empire. It's unsigned and we know it didn't pass on second reading. But the first reading is, so that's what I found. And I was like, that's why you got that email with, I was like, I don't even see a section 3E. What's going on here? And anyway.
May I just clarify, that was not on the county webpage, right? When you did your search, it just came up randomly?
This is on clearcreekcounty.us. Yeah. And I don't know that I don't think I have a problem with that. I'm just sharing that I thought we were referencing that ordinance that attempted to legalize OHVs on North Empire Road.
Yeah.
That would have been
We can follow up. I'll see.
crazy. Yeah.
Anybody want to know about this stuff?
So anyway, so let's get back to what we think that this resolution should say. Other thoughts?
Randy, did you just mention a whereas that you would like added?
It was not a whereas there was a whereas that I would change. Oh, I mentioned a whereas we could add. First of all, on the eighth whereas, which is the second from the last whereas, it would say OHVs on county roads and or lands. So just add or lands or and lands. And then I can give you this language. I didn't highlight it, but on number 4, there's the language on number 4 right there. And actually, I counted people and made copies. So that suggested language change to number 4, and then Mitch mentioned number 5, and George came up with a thought that might be a compromise on number 5.
Yeah, number 6 could say user groups. I don't think the problem, when I read the public, I think our constituents, I don't think that's where our problem is. I really think it's about user groups. And that's a comment on number 6. So then what I'm hoping to see this thing do is really
Articulate the reason.
articulate our rationale. So what I want to do is just like ask some questions and then we can take some notes and see what we can get into here. Like when I think about, I think I'd be ready to support a resolution with findings that there's no net benefit to the quality of life of our constituents from this activity, that there's a negative impact on our, a negative impact on the environment. I think that we can justify that.
I don't think we need to state all the studies and stuff in here. I think we can just make those statements, can't we?
We can make those statements and we can articulate why we're making those statements, right? We can, for example, write, because OHV users require more parking space in our commercial districts, they reduce the economic output when they're present. And this would be a great time for somebody to say they feel differently. I think that's just pretty simple logic. And, all you have to do is walk around in the parking lots to see it.
Would you be comfortable with something more like just more like there's the negatives outweigh the positives or something, like a more generic negative, net negative sentence?
We could do
I
that.
just worry that a sentence like that will make people say, but what about what make them ask.
Talk about the pros to the cons.
Yeah, just start saying, well, what about how much lunch they buy, or, those big trailers mean more lunch plates, one specificity invites another specificity. And I think we wanted to assert something more like the negatives outweigh the benefits environmentally, economically, and socially, that's a little bit that I think that might be
I would like to create an opportunity for our partners who have a different perspective to know what to engage with, right? And I think the way you do that is you articulate yourself. That's my intent.
Yeah, and I think one thing to think about here is I don't want to, we can talk about whether we want to create a new playing field upon which we can continue to grapple over this topic.
right.
Or we can just say, we don't have to grapple over the topic. We don't have to set another chessboard up that people can push pieces around on in the court of public opinion. We can just state, we've come to this conclusion.
Right.
And leave it there. But I think articulating the reasons is a good idea. I can think of 2 or 3 based on some things I said today that I would include. I think I would suggest that I agree with George's statement a minute ago that we shouldn't take so much of today to do that, because I might want to sit down and give it, since I just saw this actually last night for the first time since you and I talked before, Amy. After I got my IT back over the weekend, my email and stuff, I could get on stuff. I would like to give some thought to how, if I were going to add a whereas or two, just as George is thinking of some whereases to cover those reasons, to articulate reasons, I'd like to be able to sit down thoughtfully and in the evening with my computer and craft a couple of them. And so we could each make some suggestions that you could synthesize into a revised document that we could look at again. And maybe that could be socialized back to us, in time before the meeting to offer an iteration back to you or something, say, yeah, looks good, or before we hit meeting time. Okay. Does that sound like we could table this one for?
Yeah, we can choose that. I worry if we don't go a little further, what we're doing is losing an opportunity to
Put it to bed.
be able to land this plane.
Yeah.
So-
Same meaning, different metaphor. Put the plane to bed.
And so like when I think about quality of life, I think about high speeds, loud noises, dust generation and congestion along roadways, right? Those reduce the quality of life of our residents and other users.
Potholes, yeah,
Right.
heavy vehicles.
When I think about the environment, I mean, I think a general statement about resource degradation and what we're seeing
Wildlife
on
habitat.
wildlife habitat, blah, 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 right? So maybe that's as specific as we want to get right now, that we want to address quality of life, we want to address economic impacts, we want to address the service demand associated with road damage, et cetera. You know, a great example of that is North Empire Road. Maybe that's as specific as we need to be right now.
I think one thing to think about is that there are, in the national forest, people have the ability to use these now, and there are a bunch of really responsible users of OHVs that haven't bought into the motorsports version of it. But the fact is, there's a lot more of both kinds. And that motorsports thing is a newer thing in the last probably 10 to 15 years. It's really blown up in the last 5 to 10, where the advertising in the media and the social networking and the actual technical ability of the machines to become full-blown off-road race vehicles, very powerful, has changed the nature of the sport. But I don't think we can, I hate to address all of those kind of little things and get too far into the weeds, because I don't think we're trying to give a swift kick to the people who are responsible users that go to the national forest and use them, you know, to really try to throw them all into one barrel or something like that. But to say that because of the nature of the change of the sport, we've changed parts of the sport, or because of these impacts, and list a few impacts, we can do that. I hate to get too deep into the weeds, so it looks like a complete attack on the use by everyone. But that's just a thought as we construct these words about how to be fair about it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't support characterizations of decisions made by individual users. We can just talk about the impact, right? What we're seeing, right?
I mean,
Collective
I
impact.
think I'm hearing you talk about things like, I think we can talk about things like a desire to mitigate negative economic impacts without saying OHV use is only a negative economic impact.
I think it's a net.
Right.
But that's an anecdotal comment, an observation. It just makes sense when I look at that truck and trailer with a couple of OHVs on it, and there were 2 people got out of the truck and it's taking up 5 parking
Absolutely.
places in Idaho Springs. It's got to be a net negative for that.
But as far as a whereas comment, I think you can say whereas, there's I don't know, but to try to construct something to express your desire as a board to mitigate the negative economic impacts of this issue, or to just focus on what you're trying to accomplish rather, you know what I'm saying?
Just to articulate that they exist, and that's the reason why we don't want to see it expand.
Yeah, okay.
Mitch, I
Okay.
hear you wanting to break in.
I don't know if I want to break in. We've had a robust conversation that's really focused upon able-bodied users. And I'm not suggesting that we go in a different direction here, but we're being silent on people who might need this mode of transportation to actually use our public lands.
One of the comments I got back, there were 2 exceptions, and I forgot the other exception when I talked a little while ago about my survey of the other counties. And I think it was either Boulder or Larimer, which had distinct, they actually had ballot measure on the purchase of a bunch of their lands, and and it was a requirement in that ballot measure that it would be for non-motorized access only, with the only exception of something that was a self-propelled unit was something that was for disability impairment, but did not include OHVs. So they don't include a standard OHV because anyone can say I had knee surgery so I can drive my OHV around on a county road, So they said you can use mobility impaired devices, but not to include OHVs, because then you've opened up a real, it's a slippery slope once you do that, because what constitutes impairment, what
It's
constitutes
like therapy
disability?
dogs.
Right.
It's the argument people make now,
I could support that. I could support a number in there, be it resolved, something like we decide to prioritize motorized access among those whose physical disability requires it for access to the woods, right?
And that's
pretty general.
everybody, that decides they require it for access.
Yeah, because someone's fat and lazy doesn't mean that they should be able to make the argument that it's required.
Well,
So be careful.
yeah, because there are a lot of reasons for a person to be overweight. Not all of them are worthy of stigma. Actually, most of them are not.
They're not related to, most of them are not related to lazy actually either. They're
Right.
just- They're things that happen.
Okay. I think we've had a good conversation. I don't know that there's much more. I mean, I think if this conversation ends up in a resolution, I'll be ready to vote for it.
Okay.
I don't think it can end up in a resolution today if we're muddling through some additional whereases or points down here. If we want to take it the way it is, it's been constructed with 3 changes that I know right now, which are the 8th whereas, number 4, and then number 5, to do something that says Clear Creek County law enforcement will enhance enforcement efforts for these violations as capacity allows, because then you're saying that you're increasing it beyond what it has historically been as capacity allows that increase.
I also wrote down, I love a whereas that references that none of our neighbors do this.
That's-
Arapahoe Roosevelt,
Right.
and that creates significant risk if we start allowing it here.
Yeah, as a result of the proximity to the Denver metro population and demand.
So I'd support an opportunity to read the next version in advance of the meeting.
In advance of the next meeting, do it at the next meeting.
We'll definitely make that happen.
Okay, if that's the case, then if we want to weigh in, I suggest that we just, one thing that could be helpful today is just to decide the kinds of, I don't know that the part therefore be it resolved. I think it's mostly that the changes we're talking about would be in the whereas area. Is that correct?
I mean, I see, what I have in my notes is a rephrase of number 4, something like more actively discouraged than prohibited, because it already is. Separating land use concerns into 2 separate things. I see. Yeah, the enhance, I see a focus on user groups as a more specific approach than the public. I don't think it's our constituents that are really driving a problem here.
It is some, but there are locals that are part of the user group.
The thing is, there's only 9,500 of them, right? And there's 40,000 people that drive down the road every day. And so.
My anecdotal observation is seeing a bunch of them on North Empire Road. So they're part of the user groups that I see up there,
Okay, that's fair.
driving illegally.
Right, so user groups, the people that are using it. So including our constituents or not. That's what I see. I see a request for a whereas related to demand, request for whereas related to the other 4 counties not doing it. I see me asking for a whereas that gets pretty specific about impacts. I see something about us desiring to prioritize motorized access among those whose physical disability requires it for access to the forest.
I'd be really careful with that one, just how we state it.
Yeah,
I'm just concerned that if we word it a certain way, it will encourage rationalization of what the meaning was later on.
I think you cited some good examples, Randy, of what Boulder did, and they differentiated between
I think it was
off-highway vehicles and other motorized methods. to
Yeah,
access
self-propelled
land.
mobility, yeah.
So, you used mobility devices.
Well, I could reach out
You
to,
could specifically exclude mobility of devices of that nature. from this work.
I could look for the language that they used in, it was Larimer County, and I can look for that language and see what they, and that could become a note that would be, therefore be resolved portion down below.
George, when you said aware is related to demand, is that the same as, is that your topic of economic impact?
No, that's more like, well, you mentioned proximity. I don't know. I don't know that.
Proximity to the Denver area and the demand for resources, yeah. That's what's driven these counties in this area to be to reach the place that they have.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have, that's, and I just went through the whole list of the notes that I have. I think that's, I can send these along to you, Amy.
Okay,
You
that'd
can
be
take
great.
notes too.
I'll still go through it and I might think of something and then you can synthesize it and see where, just to make sure
Yeah.
we're all on the same page.
Okay.
So,
That sounds good.
all right, and so I will look up that Larimer piece about the about the self-propelled mobility devices for
Yeah.
people that are mobility impaired. And what it is, those, it's basically powered, electric powered wheelchairs and stuff like that. If we start getting into motorized access, that's a pretty tricky language, I think, for
Okay.
people who are mobility challenged.
At a broad level, I think the outcome I'm looking for from this document is that we don't sit through another forest ranger trying to tell us what our niche is.
We hand them the document and say,
Yeah.
here's our policy.
Yeah, here's our approach. So
It's instead of having them come in and tell us, here's what you're going to do in 2016.
okay. I'm gonna declare this work session over, or this action session over. I don't hear any action. Thank you, Amy.
Yes.
It's been a long process.
And it's
a lot
going
of
to
people-
continue, obviously. So,
this
but that's
board
good.
is
It's a
really
worthy topic.
And I meant what I said about that, other than that broad change on number 4, beyond that, and then its implications on a couple of other spots, and then our justifications, mobility impaired piece. And really, that's not very much. It's only a couple things we saw, and one's a major shift of like, no, we're just gonna tell them no. We're not gonna study it anymore. We're done. We can study, we can get data. I'm not saying that, but.
Yeah, I think it is important that any studying is not to say, should we or should we not change should we allow them? It's about, the data is about how do we go about getting what we want?
Right.
And I
Right.
do think that that is going to take a fair amount of work to take the policies that we have and make them implementable and implement the policies that we want and the
Mhm.
conditions that we want and connect all the dots on those. And I think that's, if there's one message I want to try to get across, it's that between the communications and all of that.
It can inform where and how to enforce, where and how to sign, where and how to what to communicate and where to communicate it,
Right.
all those things.
Right.
We've got a pretty good handle on some of that, but we can quantify that.
And yes, and that's what I want to try to assert. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's take a bio break. What do you think?
I'm fine with that.
Oh, can we fit Aaron in first? I think it's gonna be
Yeah,
short,
sitting here
isn't
waiting
it?
for us.
Aaron's
Yeah,
been
we
here.
should
It's
do
gonna be
that.
short. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. We're gonna go back to item number 3, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-53. I do have some comments on this one, but we'll try to keep them short.
Morning. So authorization to operate is the topic, and it's in regards to the state's ground ambulance licensing, which we've completed the application. We're actually officially licensed by the state of Colorado now through July 1st of 2026. But the last topic in regards to that licensure is authorization to operate. I think the way that you can think about this is that we have the opportunity to decide if we want to require other EMS agencies to have an authorization to operate in order to treat patients and transport them in Clear Creek County, or if we do nothing, any ambulance service that is already state licensed just can. It can just be an EMS provider and transport agency in Clear Creek County. So requiring the authorization to operate really keeps it the same as it's always been. So if you go back just a few months ago, prior to state licensure requirements, if an agency wanted to treat and transport patients out of Clear Creek County, they had to have a Clear Creek County ambulance license, or a mutual aid agreement, right? And so requiring this really just keeps it the same that it's always been. Authorization to operate does not specifically apply to our mutual aid partners. Our mutual aid agreements suffice for an authorization to operate. So if we ran a bunch of calls, we were out of ambulances, we invited Gilpin County, which we already have a mutual aid agreement with, to come and stand by for us and run a call, they just can.
I like your use of the word invited. You're supposed to beg in this moment.
Requested. It also doesn't apply to if we had an MCI event, for example, and we had to request an agency or invite an agency that we don't have a mutual aid agreement with. They are also able to run a call and transport out of the county because we gave them permission for this instance. So the authorization to operate is more in regards to, and there are more scenarios, but think about a private ambulance service that contracted to do on-site medical support for like the triple bypass. If they would, regardless, they'll be able to do that. But if they want to transport patients out of that event, if we opted into requiring this, that they would have to be approved to have authorization to operate. Does that make sense? Okay. Sorry, it's simple, but it's also.
My only comment on this, and I think your head is in the right place. I think what there's a need to have policy to prevent is private providers having the opportunity to kind of cherry pick the easy calls, right? And leave us with the high cost calls, right? That would damage our system and our ability to provide services.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. And some of those private providers are also more predatory than anything else. They don't have insurance agreements, and then our residents and visitors get stuck.
Right. So the policy question I'm trying to answer is, how can we make an approval difficult? How can we make an approval really need to justify itself, right? And and maybe this is a legal question, I don't know. Could we delegate the denial of this application, but not the approval? As in, if you wanted to approve an application, you still have to come to the board?
Yes, you can put that in the resolution.
That's what I'd prefer to do, is delegate the denial. And then if you have a reason that you think somebody that we don't have a mutual agreement with should get there, then you come in and ask the board to approve it.
So
I'm sorry, that train of thought didn't get through my thick head. Can you reword that?
Yeah, so like you get an application, you are either denying it or you're approving it.
Whom is doing that?
Well,
That's the question.
ultimately it would be the board has the authority to do that. We can choose to delegate it.
Okay.
Right? What I'm suggesting is that we delegate the ability to deny an application to the EMS director so that application can be denied efficiently.
Is that what you
Thinks it
envisioned
should be.
anyway?
But that if the EMS director wants to approve an application, that authority is not delegated to him, and it's the board that needs to approve that application. Does that make a little more sense?
Seems like it's making more work for staff.
Only in the case that they want to approve something that I would not want to see.
What would be the grounds that we would disapprove that staff would probably approve, in this case, the EMS director? I'm trying to imagine a scenario in which his knowledge of the need for this agreement would be exceeded by ours, or the appropriateness. I'm not trying to shirk the responsibility, George, and I think it's good that you're seeing that, the kind of a buck stops here approach, but I'm just wondering in this particular case, this kind of thing, what information would we be looking for that he would not have brought to us, or if he had to bring it to us?
It's hard for me to invent scenarios. I just know that if tomorrow I found out that the EMS director had approved the contract for a private provider, I would want to know why, and it would be too late for me to act. And therefore, if that's my opinion, I should just go ahead and retain the authority to approve the contract. A denial is fine because my default would be to deny an application like this anyway. My
Okay.
default would not be to approve it. And I don't imagine you would be wanting to approve these either. I think we share this rationale that there needs to be a pretty exigent circumstance for us to want to do that.
I think there are scenarios where, that I could come up with where I would suggest approval. They're few and far between. I don't know that there are any agencies that would meet the requirements that I think we should have for approval. But if they could, again, there are some scenarios I can think of where approval would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
And I don't know that, at least to my knowledge, did any other EMS agency ever apply for a Clear Creek County license?
Evergreen Fire.
Well, and they have, other than Evergreen, right? Because part of their primary service area is in Clear Creek County.
Right.
We have to.
Did we used to approve triple bypass bringing in their own ambulance service? Did we ever do that?
Not since I've been here. The triple bypass does bring in their own on-site medical. And we welcome that. That's great. They should have that. But they contact us if they have a patient that it has an injury or an illness that has a high enough acuity that it requires transport. They contact us and we do that transport.
Is there one called, is it Pride Mark?
Not anymore.
I think that was who was on their permit a long time ago, but I don't know. It's a long time ago.
So, I mean, what I could do is I could approve this with direction to bring us back something that is a little more specific and tries to address this concern that I have. I could approve it today. We could try to alter it so that it says that what we're doing is delegating denial of these applications. I think that's an easy thing to write. And pass it today.
Mhm.
Those are the options that I see. I would rather not. And I think you make a policy like this and it lives for a long time. It'll outlive all of us. It'll outlive you. I hope the person that comes after you shares this perspective and this ethic that you bring to your work. But as a policymaker, like I need to set policy that doesn't rely on that.
My thought in this is that I would just really like to be a part of the approval and denial process because I do have knowledge of some of the agencies that could potentially apply. I think it's it'll maximum 3 to 4 times a year, but likely 0 times a year will this happen.
That was my next question. Is how often a year does this happen?
Is this, so you're not talking about a blanket approval?
No. Individual, but my suggestion is that we require authorization to operate. And then my main thing is that I just wanted to be a part of this again, because I have knowledge of some of these services.
Well, and I want it to be efficient, right? Like, when you don't need to come to the board, don't,
I'm happy. I'm happy if you would like to delegate. I think that's perfectly fine if you would like to delegate denials and I bring approvals, or I'm happy to bring suggestions for both. Whatever the board would be more comfortable with. I think the main thing today, that I would ask for is that I do get approval to let the state know that we are opting into a requirement of authorization to operate.
However, this falls at the end, I think our process that we can define requires that the application is made to and through the county, but it funnels directly to the EMS director, and then the EMS director brings it to us if he thinks if we still want to go that way. So I think in any case, because you're going to bring the most important information to us upon which we can make a decision, which is kind of where I started out a little bit ago. So, and I understand what George is saying, that, you know, he just wants to make sure that we don't end up with somebody that gets some kind of a blanket approval to operate in a more expanded mode, to just be able to respond to calls. And then I'm a little curious about how those calls would be generated, so that if somebody would have a blanket approval and 2 ambulances can show up or something like that, you know, and start fighting with each other in the street over whose territory it is. But
Yeah, that generally doesn't happen in Colorado, but it can. And if we didn't have the authorization to operate, if an agency happened to be on scene first, they could just transport that patient, from my understanding.
if they happen to be driving by in the accident or something like that.
Yeah.
I hear you mentioned, then I saw your finger.
Sorry.
Go for it.
I just wonder, is there a set criteria or boxes that we could all agree on that need to be checked that would allow for an approval? In order to make it as efficient as possible? I don't know if that's possible or not. I don't have.
Criteria.
Is there criteria in terms of boxes that he would need to check, the EMS director would need to check to say, then they get an approval? Just throwing that out there.
I was curious if the applicant, should have an opportunity to appeal. That's just a question. That's not an ask.
What I think makes sense functionally for us, or what I would do as one member of this board, is approve this today and direct staff to bring us back something that addresses some of this, right? I don't think that there's like a lot of risk in us passing this today. I just would like to see within the next, does this board want to finish this conversation? Because if so, it would be before the end of the year. Bring this back to us with another action session that sort of modifies this in keeping with what we discussed here.
Do you have a deadline to submit your answer to the state?
The authorization to operate deadline is at the end of this month.
And this is the last meeting.
But
That's why
there's not a deadline for the county's requirements of approval or the approval or denial process. That's up to municipalities and county.
Well, I support, moving forward on the authority to operate approach.
Right.
And, perhaps as George suggested, we can come back and pull together processes or procedures behind the authorization to operate resolution.
Yeah, maybe.
Not my area of expertise, just throwing that out.
Yeah, and it could be a delegation with criteria, or it could be on that approval process, or it could be, as infrequently as it happens, something that comes by us, and it could even show up in a consent agenda with backup data we can read, decide whether to pull it out of the consent agenda or not.
So then the motion would be to approve this and direct staff to bring us back a more nuanced version before the end of the year.
The procedure, process, description.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody care to make that motion?
Sure, I move that we approve resolution 24-53, resolution delegating authority to the director of Clear Creek EMS services to grant authorization to operate ambulance services in Clear Creek County. With the caveat that we will revisit the process through which those approvals are made at a future meeting.
I second that.
Does that sound like a legal motion?
I got it.
Cool.
Made sense to me. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We are now going on a break. The next item on the agenda is going to be consideration of approval of a formal position on initiatives 50 and 108.
Oh, that's definitely gonna need a break.
I did have a question though. There are some other items on the regular agenda, but there is an executive session that the sheriff's office would like to attend. I just wanted to give them an ETA of when we might be able to do that. I didn't know if you wanted to do it before we go back to the regular session or how that would work.
I want to be cognizant of Stoy's time.
Yes.
Stoy, are you hanging out? Are we impacting you by not getting to you quickly?
Not at all. I'm available anytime.
Yeah.
I anticipated we would do theirs first and then hopefully the executive session around 12 or something, but.
Let's do this. Let's do items 7 and 8. You want to do those after the executive session? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm suggesting.
Let's do items 5, 7, and 8 after the executive session. When we get
Yeah, I
back,
was gonna say 5 too. Yeah.
when we get back, we'll discuss item number 7 and then go into executive session and come back out to address 5, 6, and 8. And that's everything that's left, right?
5, 7, and 8, you mean?
Yes, sorry.
And we're gonna take a break, do 6, do an executive session, come back to 5, 7, and 8.
Yes.
So 5 and
Okay.
5.
Back and let's do this. We're gonna go into executive session.
And
So we're gonna
6.
keep-
Okay. Very good.
We're back in session. We're here to discuss, this is a work session to discuss county driveway and parking area standards with Joyce Streepy and Carl Schell. Coming, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for hearing us today. County staff have been working towards bringing recommended revisions to our roadway design construction manual to the Board of County Commissioners for about the past year. And we've gone through a fairly extensive evaluation of our roadway manual, where we've particularly looked at Chapter 4, which contains the driveway and parking area standards, as well as Chapter 7, which contains the process for allowing for a deviation to the standards found in this manual. We've looked at both the driveway standards, parking area standards, and deviation processes for adjacent counties, and really just relied on staff experience and the circumstances that we've encountered and which have been encountered historically here in Clear Creek County, and just trying to provide for some minor revisions to our driveway standards to accommodate some conditions that we've seen and experienced here, as well as, kind of be, fairly consistent with surrounding jurisdictions. And have a couple of key items that we wanted to bring to this board to get some additional direction on, and also just wanted to check in with the board at this time in light of some recent discussions we've had on both parking areas surfacing standards, as well as the deviation process, just to see if the board had any additional direction for staff before we bring our recommendations back to you for adoption. And I will like to start with just the driveway standards. I've listed them out in the memo here, and really tried to kind of reflect in this memo some of the key areas that we'd be looking at and bringing proposed revisions to the board. For the driveway standards in particular, we looked at several of these standards, and really I'm gonna look at one of the attachments that I provided as part of the memo and use that as a reference. And the one in particular for driveway standards, and I'm going to go through and just highlight the couple that we're proposing a change to. And really, just as far as minor changes, there's not a whole lot of changes, substantive changes that we're recommending at this time. So I just want to kind of go through each of them and give you the opportunity, to understand, what changes we're proposing and what we're looking at. The first one really is the distance for driveways between driveways. For typically, single family residential development. We just had a minor kind of inconsistency there, or area where it was not real clear on how we were to require that the developers meet this particular standard. And it really, we have a typical 30-foot separation distance between residential driveways. And currently our manual says that is to include driveways that are opposite of the driveway being developed. And we've run into a lot of problems, especially in subdivisions where we've, allowed as a county for an area to be subdivided and put an intersection or something, directly opposite of that, where there's not really that opportunity to provide that separation distance. And in those cases, staff feels that having a driveway directly opposite an intersection, whether it's an opposing driveway or a road even, provides for a good opportunity for sightlines, and you can, see traffic coming. It provides more of that four-way stop condition versus, offsetting that some way where it can present, some visibility concerns. And so we were recommending to eliminate that separation distance for opposing driveways. And that one is pretty straightforward. One thing that we were looking at changing that is a bit of substance is the driveway grade and curve standards. And this is something that comes up quite a bit through the development process. Primarily the grade, and it's handled, a lot of different ways in surrounding counties, and we tried to really find a way that really fit the the needs for Clear Creek County and, was, fairly consistent with the surrounding counties as well. And we've got on here, we can look at other counties that we studied if you have any questions about that as we go on. But I just wanted to talk about Clear Creek County right now and the changes that we're looking at. And really, the idea with the changes that we're proposing for both grade and curve radius, and they're just kind of tied together. We really wanted to allow for a little bit of an increase in allowable grade for straight sections of driveway, as well as, making some changes for the grade standards for curves in a driveway. Currently in our manual, we specify really three different primary sections of a driveway. One is a switchback curve, which is defined as, changing that direction more than 180 degrees, to have a true kind of hairpin or switchback curve in a driveway. The maximum allowable for a switchback type curve currently is 4%. And then we define curves beyond that, a little bit, just to say a curve, beyond a switchback curve, where we define a switchback curve to have to meet certain conditions, that more than 180-degree transition and direction, and some other factors there. And then otherwise, we just say curve, is kind of undefined, which, it doesn't, anything that's not perfectly straight would then be a curve. And so we're trying to kind of, more clearly define what our standard is for the curves. Right now, we say 4% maximum allowable in a switchback curve. And then for other curves, it's an 8% maximum allowable, and then up to 10% for straight sections of the driveway. We're proposing to revise the standards to allow up to 12% on straight sections of the driveway. And then to define curves as just being anything with a radius of 50 feet or less. And so that's really saying that anything, a curve with a radius of 50 feet or more would just be considered a straight section of driveway. And that really allows for those minor curves that, really, you can traverse as you would a straight section and really, function more as a straight section than a curve. And so our proposal, so again, existing 4% in switchback curves, 8% maximum in other curves, and then percent maximum in straight sections. We're proposing to eliminate the standard for switchback curves and just have a maximum standard of 8% for all curves with radius of 50 feet or less. And then anything other than that, that would be relatively straight sections or minor curves would be allowable up to 12% grade.
Okay.
And then we were also, in kind of conjunction with that, we were, right now we're saying that we allow for driveways, at least with for 200 feet or more in length, that we have an existing standard of 30 feet, a minimum radius of curvature of 30 feet. So we're just saying you can't, put a curve that turns too tightly, more than 30-foot radius. And since we're allowing, that kind of eliminating that switchback curve requirement and just accommodating that with a general 8% maximum allowable grade, we are proposing to increase the minimum curve radius of 40 feet, which will really make those curves a little bit bigger, a little bit wider, a little bit longer, but allow for an increase in grade on them. And so it's kind of just a variety of different ways to look at providing for an accessible driveway for both, just residential purposes, emergency services, and whatever else there that would be accessing that driveway.
That one, just to make sure I understand this, if there's a condition where you need a less than 40-foot curb radius, that's when you go for a deviation.
Exactly right.
And you can talk about the grade and everything because you've got a special circumstance.
It was, and we're just finding that, in most cases, that can be accommodated, with a minor increase in grade, but, having a wider curve. But you're exactly right in that anything with the curve radius of less than 40 feet would require deviation from that standard. And then the other thing, which is a little bit confusing, and we've got some wording that we'll be proposing to you, and we don't need to go over that today. But the intention of it is really to minimize the impacts to safety and maintenance associated with the connection of the road. So we're looking at an increased standard for that initial 25 feet of road as it connects to the public road there. And so, so we would have, different maximum grade standards associated with that initial 25 feet. And again, that's just to accommodate, stopping and starting, whether the driveway is, uphill or downhill approach. Both have safety concerns, for stopping and starting, and getting out onto the roadway. So we want to minimize that grade right at that initial section of the driveway. And also, allow, especially for the uphill driveways, an area where we can continue to maintain the road surface and the drainage ditches without damaging driveways, which really comes into play on uphill driveways. If they, right at the connection of the road, if they slope up, then oftentimes when we come in with the plow or the grader, then we tend to, catch the edge of their driveway, and we can damage the asphalt or just, break out their gravel surface or whatever it is. And it provides some challenges for us in maintaining the roadway, because we kind of have to go around those driveways a little bit. And then it provides that opportunity where we can damage their driveway or damage our equipment too. So we really want to keep those driveways sloped down, which we currently require, but we're just looking at some changes and still to continue to capture that. So right now we require that that those driveways for that initial 10 feet be sloped down to 4%. We were proposing to change that to 2%, which would flatten that out a little bit, because we get a lot of concerns from people, especially that have an uphill lot and a big rock face that's facing the road. They have to cut out all that rock and build this driveway and grade it in. And so it's quite a bit of challenge for them. So we don't want to include any additional burden on them that's not necessary. So right now we're at 4%. What we're really trying to capture is to match that crown slope of the road. So as we're bringing that grader blade over, we kind of keep that blade level with the road. And on paved roads, our standard, the typical cross slope on that is going to be around 2%, often be a little bit steeper on unpaved roads at 3 to 4%. But so that's why, currently it's at that 4%. But we wanted to propose a standard of a minimum of 2%.
So what's the, I really don't want to, because I had a couple other thoughts as we were going through this, but I don't need to burden it. So where do you measure the 10 feet from? The edge of the property line, the edge of the right of way, or from the edge of the pavement? Or how are you measuring the 10? Where does the 10 feet at the road start coming back into the property?
Yeah, this particular standard would be measured right from the edge of the physical road surface, because that's really what we're trying to capture in this case. It doesn't really matter about property boundaries or anything else. We're just trying to accommodate that maintenance and that safety aspect, regardless of property lines.
That's why I was asking. Okay.
So yeah, for this particular one, it's right at the edge of the road. And so we're looking at that initial 10 feet where it be sloped down away from the road, whatever the condition there, at a minimum of 2%. And then for that initial 25 feet, again, from that physical edge of the road, that it's at that maximum grade of 8% in that zone. And again, that's to allow for, just a little bit of safety buffer there for stopping and starting in that. So that's the general requirements. And hopefully I didn't make that too confusing, but that's really what we're trying to capture: increasing the grade on straight sections of driveway, allowable grade on straight sections of driveway from 10 to 12%, making some changes to the conditions around a curve to allow for us to, consider larger radius curves as straight sections, and then eliminating the requirement for switchbacks and just identifying switchbacks specifically, and then kind of refining the conditions for that initial 25 feet away from the road surface there. That's really, as far as driveway standards, the revisions that we're proposing. And so I would like to take a break there and just allow for maybe some questions on that topic, specifically just driveway standards, if there's any concerns or questions or direction that you'd like to give us on that in particular.
I think, first of all, I think a lot of this looks like some very reasonable adaptation to the reality of where we live, that we keep making exceptions to over and over and over and over anyway, because of where we live and the way the ground is. We probably, if you look at Summit County and Grand County, and they rightfully think of themselves as the mountains, and they look at us as the foothills or something like that. And the reality is, I think I've thought about asking Matt to do some kind of a survey where he finds out what the average slope of ground is in our county versus some of the others. Because you got these big, if you really get over in Summit Grand, they have these big broad areas and stuff, and we're just straight up and down everywhere you go. So standard criteria don't really allow for a lot of development around here, as we know. And the one question I do have, but I guess that's what the variances would be for, the appeals, would be on a 40-foot radius on a switchback. If you need a switchback, it's usually because you're going up some pretty steep terrain and you're having to reverse, and they're trying to keep themselves to the 12%. And so obviously if they end up needing a switchback in a pretty tight spot, 80 feet of plus road width, because I think you're center line on these. So you're looking at 80 feet plus a full road width. So you're really looking at something more like about, realistically 100 feet. You take 100 feet and cut into the hill, that's an awful lot of dirt to remove to try to achieve a switchback. But I assume that's what they'll demonstrate to you, as long as they're far enough away from the road and aren't putting themselves into a precarious position for going off the side of the hill or something like that, that you would consider a request for variance in. Is that correct?
It is, yeah. And I think, that 40-foot radius allowing for those more typical conditions. And then when you get something that's a little more non-typical that we need to take a closer look at, we want to make sure that the safety aspect is being considered, as well as just the slope stability aspect when we get into that, because you really start to, when you need something greater than that, then you're really looking at traversing, as you said, up a pretty steep slope, and often involves some retaining walls and things like that. So just something we want to look at a little closer, and if at all possible, kind of maintain that larger curve.
So what the 40-foot does is, like, figuring you're looking at about 100-foot diameter for the whole platform of this thing. If they can achieve 100-foot diameter, then there's probably not much you need to look at.
Sure. Yeah, and typically in that, they can meet the slope standards in between the curves and that sort of thing. So once you start to get a little tighter than that, then you have to look at a little more engineering just for retaining walls and slope stability and other factors there.
Okay.
I don't know why this was in my imagination. I thought I saw something addressing something that's allowed in our code right now, which I wonder if we should allow it, which is allowing a driveway that doesn't make it all the way up to the same grade as the home. I can't think of a good reason to continue to allow that. And this would be our opportunity to make that change, right?
Yeah, and would be more than happy to take any kind of direction, or if you'd like to direct us to look at that a little closer. I believe I can reference, but I believe our standard right now is that we require that compliant turnaround or parking area within 100 feet of a single family residence. And hearing from the fire authority, when I met with this board previously, they had indicated that, they have I think 200 feet of hose on that, which I think that's kind of where that came is some discussions with the fire authority. It's like, where do you need us to be? So I think that's where we landed previously, but I wasn't a part of that standard and developing that standard of what we have now. So I'm not real sure on that. We can take a closer look at that if you'd like, but that's where we're at now, is requiring that turnaround or parking area be within 100 feet of the residence.
Is that like vertical feet?
I think it's somewhat open to interpretation. So it's not specified whether that's, that vector distance, or if it's horizontal or vertical.
Okay. I would ask that we just kind of take a closer look at that section. There's been some assertions made in this room that left me wondering if our code is adequate in that. Let's just leave it at that.
What's that? What assertions were you thinking of?
Oh, that's all I intend to say.
And so so there is that typical condition, as I said, to get them within 100 feet of the house. We also, in that same vein, we also have an allowance in our code, which I've seen in other jurisdictions as well, that allows for an exception to grade compliance for the driveway in general, if they create a parking area, a compliant parking area outside the public right of way, then there is an allowance there that they can create that compliant grades and get up to a certain point and then have non-compliant grades from there up to their house. And so that's something that we'll look at as well and see how that fits in with that 100-foot distance. And then as we're kind of digging into that a little bit, we'll kind of see how that plays in as well to make sure that we have an understanding of what we're going to allow in those non-compliant driveway grades situations where they create a compliant parking area somewhere that's away from the house, but then have a driveway that continues onto their garage or whatever else, their parking area that's up by the house there. So there's kind of a unique condition there as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to avoid is being in a driveway deviation case where there's like a less safe outcome that wouldn't require a deviation than what they're proposing. I think if those less safe outcomes can be contemplated, we should maybe just not have them in our code.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take a closer look at that and be sure that we're clear on that when we bring that back to you.
And like the last one that we heard where we've got a situation where they could achieve the grade we wanted.
You're talking about the one that we tabled?
Yeah, you achieve the grade that we wanted, but
Because that's
in a manner that would be much more dangerous than the other one in the wintertime, right?
Yeah, and I think Stoy and Jeremy Jones had some discussion at length about, just what the fire authority feels about and thinks the needs are in a situation like that. And we're definitely taking that into account for some of these potential changes here too.
Generally speaking, not specific to that particular case here.
Exactly right. It's just in general. We were talking about some of our driveway standards and that was one. And then, just for another data point, we put in from surrounding jurisdictions, kind of their maximum grade standards. What I did hear from Jeremy Jones in discussion with him was that the fire authority, the Clear Creek Fire Authority really starts to get concerned on grades over 14%, especially on north facing aspects. And so, this 12% maximum allowable grade still fits within their recommendations.
I'll check off one of my questions / comments, which is by the time we are approving it, I'd love to know that first responders, especially both fire departments, agree.
Mm-hmm.
And that any outstanding comments they have about our codes are considered.
Okay.
Any other comments on driveways?
Not on driveways.
Okay.
No, other than to say that I my statement about the fact that we do have steep terrain, and so we need to be forgiving is not to say that we're supposed to sacrifice safety to an unreasonable degree. But when I'm looking at Boulder, Grand, Jefferson, and looking across the board at their allowable standards, and I'm recognizing what the land is like around there, and I'm seeing some of the steeper places going with 12% up to 15 and so forth. The difference between 10 and 12 is not really great, and it seems like a reasonable thing to do, looking at what our folks around us are doing, and as long as the fire department believes that they can negotiate that grade efficiently.
Yeah, and that's really what we've considered is just kind of what we're seeing here in Clear Creek County, really, and what we feel and what an argument, provides for that safe access and accessible driveway there. And for example, Summit County says, maximum 10%, and they don't have any grade standards on curves. And so it's just kind of across the board, just maximum of 10%. And then other jurisdictions, they do, for Boulder County as an example, they do have that allowance for 12 and even up to 14%, but then they have another standard for curves. And so it's just handled a little bit differently. And we're just trying to find what fits here in Clear Creek County while still maintaining that accessible driveway. And so with that, I'd like to move on to parking area standards, and not to mean that there won't be room for questions after we kind of finish this all up, that we can readdress any of these items or whatever you may like to. For parking area standards, really the only change that that we were considering right now, and it's a topic that's been, discussed at length, for many years, is the Clear Creek County's parking area surface standard, which, has been pretty broadly written in along with our driveway standards to say that, any development, other than a single family residential development and duplexes in certain circumstances requires a paved parking area. And that's really, what we say in our roadway manual at this time. We, as staff have looked at it a variety of different ways and feel that that is appropriate and, fairly consistent with surrounding jurisdictions as well. But we do see that there's a need for some exception in there. And that is not, the best, that it may not be the best standard as it's just written now, just to be that broad in that. So as we were looking at it, we wanted to provide for some exception without, the need to go through a deviation process. And where we landed on that was really to say that that we wanted to provide more of a blanket exception for recreational uses with smaller parking areas. And what we went back and forth on and kind of landed on in that was that we wanted to add this exception to the existing standard that would just allow for recreational use facilities which take access from an unpaved road and have less than 20 parking spaces. And so this blanket exemption or exception, would not apply to the project that we just considered in Floyd Hill parking area, just because it accesses to a paved road and it has more than 20 parking spaces. There has been some, at least preliminary evaluation of maybe providing for some parking area improvements for an Alvarado open space park there. And looking at that, it looks like that would be less than 20 spaces, but would be accessed from a paved road. And so that's something that I'd like you to consider there too, just that circumstance and how that would fit in with what our standard should be. Do we want to require paving for something like Alvarado open space? If we were to develop a parking area for that and of what size? And then, certainly would consider the shooting complex that's just under development off of Stanley Road. Of course, that one is a larger parking area, I think on the order of 60 some parking spaces that accesses a paved road and Stanley Road there. That was just paved last week, at the end of last week, and that would not fit within this exception. There's many instances around the county where we have these small, really undeveloped parking areas, off of pretty minor roads that just have access to a trail and they're just a couple spots or something like that. That's really the areas that we'd like to capture with an exception to say, hey, you have just a couple spots here, maybe that one does not require, this paving requirement. So just wanted you all to consider, what the county has developed recently. We've seen other recent developments. There's been a whole slew of kind of this broader recreational development and these kind of adventure parks along Alvarado Road and Stanley Road that are providing for recreational opportunities and rafting and zip lining and obstacle courses and whatever it may be. And, over the past 10, 20 years, these have kind of been developed. And while we've had this paving requirement in place and the county has provided for deviations to that standard and in a lot of those cases, the vast majority of those cases, whether it was a private development or in some cases, limited cases, whether it was a county development or, something that was developed by CDOT on the county's behalf or something like that. In those cases, it's been a mixture for county development projects, and the, improvements for the Game Check parking area, of course, is paved with a concrete curb and gutter. The West Dumont rafting kind of trailhead area there, rafting put-in area is paved with concrete curb and gutter. And then we have the Alvarado Whitewater Park, which is unpaved, but still provides for, kind of ADA accessible opportunities there. And then Philadelphia Mill Site, which is unpaved, and similar, has opportunities for ADA accessibility. So those are just some examples of recent kind of county projects, county development. And then, of course, on the private side, more so these kind of private recreational commercial opportunities. And so really, that's kind of where we're landing now. And I want to, I guess, just read, the language that we have in there. Right now, the language is just paving. In our standard, it says paving is not required for parking areas and drives serving single-family units or for duplexes where the road providing access is not paved. Where the roads are paved, parking areas for duplexes must be paved. And so we have this kind of exception just for single-family residences across the board, and duplexes just accessed off of unpaved roads is where we stand right now. What we were proposing to include in there would read, paving is not required for parking areas and drives serving single-family units or for duplexes and recreational use facilities with less than 20 vehicle parking spaces where the road providing access is not paved. And so we're just including that recreational use facility with 20 or less parking spaces in there, or less than 20 parking spaces rather. And we are using that term recreational use facility because we've defined that in our zoning regulations. And that is defined as a recreational use facility, in quotes, non-commercial park, is defined as uses, structure, and or land utilized for the provision of recreational activities and or open space which may be developed, operated, and or maintained by a public entity or nonprofit organization. Of course, the county would certainly fall within that, as far as a nonprofit organization or a public entity. One that we've encountered recently was a proposed development by the State Land Board and some property that they own off of Highway 103 or Colorado 103. And that's kind of in the Beaver Brook watershed area where they're considering developing a hut system on state land use board property. And they would like to develop or improve and permit parking that would access their hut system at the top of Witter Gulch Road off of Colorado 103. There's a big existing eyebrow area there that's unpaved, but that would be an organization, the State Land Use Board, developing this recreational use opportunity that would be, kind of fall within that exemption. Something to consider on some of these cases is connecting to Colorado 103, which is a paved road, so they don't strictly, would not qualify for that without a deviation there for that one. And again, Alvarado Open Space Park would be connecting to Alvarado Road, a paved road and that. So I want you to consider that in your guidance to us and any direction you give to us on that. If you'd like to capture those particular areas, and we could change that language, to allow this exception for, to not include, that it be accessed from an unpaved road.
Seems like four things pop into my head. Location, like if it's next to a road, like Floyd Hill Open Space, the one you're talking about at the top of Witter Gulch. Size of the lot, if you're gonna allow that much of a deviation on grade, something like that, and it's if it's a really huge lot, then I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's an individual case thing. And then, the use and whether it's paved or not, what's going on there. So I guess but you're saying that would you see that all those would be, so does that need additional language then you're saying in the part about the recreation part, because you need a trigger to send it back for deviation as opposed to just automatically granting it? Do you want some guardrails written into this that aren't there right now?
Yeah, I'd just like that direction from this board that can influence, what we bring to you when we ask you to consider adoption of these revisions and really what you would like to see on that to allow without a deviation, any kind of deviation process, as long as it meets all of our other standards, then, we would approve this development of a parking area for whatever reason that falls in with that. So I'd like to get that direction or guidance from you now that can kind of lead us in the right direction of what you'd want to see there and what we want to allow as a county without any kind of additional approval from staff or the commissioners, either one, just, any developer of whatever use this may be, that we can help clarify in this and, in an effort to meet the desires and needs of Clear Creek County and minimize, the need for going through deviation processes. And so this is kind of where we landed on this language that I've kind of expressed now with this 20 or less parking spaces for this recreational use. That's accessed from an unpaved road is kind of what we wanted to add in there as a starting point. And I wanted to bring that to you and kind of get some direction from you if you wanted to would like us to modify that language or that exception a little bit.
Maybe before we get to kind of wrestling with this amongst the three of us, can you help me understand, do we damage an asphalt road when we have a unpaved parking lot next to it?
Not necessarily, no.
I'm trying to understand why taking access from an unpaved road is important here.
And it's a very good question and really in forefront of my mind is somewhat consistency. And, just to be able to define, have a definition for it. But that's really it, just kind of looking at surrounding uses primarily, and trying to differentiate something that's like accessed from Highway 40, like the Floyd Hill parking area against something that's accessed from Stevens Gulch Road, that's, a trailhead, off of that, that are just based on whether the road's paved or not, kind of suggests something about the surrounding uses.
I think I hate to bring into engineering a word like ambiance or something like that, but as you're driving, I'm thinking of the top of Witter Gulch, that big broad area out there. And I'm just imagining the owners of the area reacting to coming out and seeing a gigantic piece of black asphalt out there in that area. I would think they would. I think if I were living over there and I came out one day and saw that, it would take a little getting used to if I was used to seeing this pastoral setting and something that was pervious pavement over that large of an area, letting more water soak in to the ground instead of draining off to soak in at the edge and see how it goes from there. But that'd be my immediate reaction to that. But so anyway, just want to throw that out there. Like where the location is, how it fits in the surroundings is probably pretty important too.
I think so. And then, yeah, please go ahead.
I do think over time that George's question about damaging the asphalt can take place too. I think the Alvarado Whitewater Park, the exit lane there is a steep run up where you have to have a set of tires on the pavement just to get out of there. And we end up re-shouldering that and filling it in all the time with our road maintenance crew. So, there are scenarios where that can take place too.
Can that be handled with, one way to, I guess, deal with that situation could be to pave an apron.
Do an apron
into the
It just
parking lot or whatever.
wasn't done at the time when that was developed. Because I know they did that at some of the businesses along there with the rafting companies and per se.
I'm a little surprised. I thought your answer would be yes, because I know when we're doing construction projects, we require them to have those like tire cleaning things before they get back on the pavement.
And those are really for sediment. And so as they're usually on a muddy construction site or something, they'll often drag the sediment and other materials from the construction site. So those vehicle tracking pads that you'll see, whether they're just riprap rock or they're the plastic ones with the ribs in them, the primary benefit from those is to knock off the mud and the debris from their tires before they drag all that out onto the public road.
And then it washes off the public road into the drainage system and
Maybe that's.
But I do have
heavy equipment. Is that?
And certainly there's that, but ideally they're not going to be tracked because that certainly, is not, made for the roads and, you know, especially the track vehicles and heavily loaded vehicles will certainly damage that more than just typical use. But I certainly do agree with Carl, you know, that those can be damaged and are likely more likely to be damaged, you know, in those cases where we wouldn't have that hard surface apron. If it's maintained properly, you know, and that shoulder is maintained and, you know, and you don't have that tough transition up, then you don't have as much likelihood, but those conditions are harder to maintain to keep that softer surface, you know, pushed up against the edge of the road.
I'd be interested in some criteria that addresses what you brought up, but.
Like where it's coming from and stuff like that.
I mean, if there's, you know, one of the conditions is you've got an apron or, you know, I don't know enough about road engineering to go beyond. It seems like you identified a problem, I'd support a solution.
Yeah, and that would be, you know, if we would make a change to our proposed language at this point to make some exception for these smaller parking areas or whatever it may be off of paved roads. Right now, if it's off a paved road, we're asking that it be paved.
Yeah.
Is what our language is proposing now. But if we were given some direction to modify that to allow, you know, some of these unpaved parking areas as an exception off of paved roads, then I think that would be a great opportunity for us to look at that and provide, you know, some sort of, you know, apron or whatever that may protection as you suggested there.
I guess it depends on what the surface of that unpaved parking lot would be versus, you know, like if you're talking about sediment control, like you said, versus erosion, if it's got a good base, you know, the parking lot does a good level and it's unpaved, but it's got a good gravel base and you're not talking about tracking as much stuff up, but then you still want to protect the edge of the road. Or if it's a parking lot that's native material, it can get muddy when it gets, you know, wet, then you got another problem.
Yeah.
To deal with.
I have two questions. Is there any reason to differentiate between privately and publicly maintained roads when we talk about unpaved or paved and things like that?
Certainly, the maintenance responsibility will fall on the different entities then, you know, versus public and private, but the conditions surrounding it don't necessarily change. So, you know, I don't know that our standards would necessarily should change to reflect that, because we have in some areas some fairly high volume private roads too. So I think we would want to capture those conditions as well.
Okay. I noticed in your table for parking area standards that we previously and again will specify asphalt. I'm kind of curious if that's overly restrictive when I see other counties are using hard surfaces or the term paved.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. So we can take a look at that and make sure that we're clear in our language, because asphalt does typically define that as that blacktop type of asphalt pavement, flexible pavement surface, whereas we could use the term more like pavement, which can mean, you know, an inflexible pavement like concrete or a flexible pavement like asphalt. And yeah, I certainly agree with you there that we wouldn't want to not allow a concrete parking area or a concrete apron or whatever that may be. Were there any other hard surfaces that you were thinking about and capturing
I'm not
there?
qualified to suggest a hard surface.
Sure. And then that's what stands out to me, of course, is the typical asphalt that we see majority of our roads, and concrete sidewalks that we'll typically see are the kind of two typical types of pavement. And you will see in other jurisdictions, they've tried to handle this in different ways and allowing for other hard surfaces as, you know, approved by the Public Works Department or a staff member, or some individual, or if it's treated with, you know, some sort of, you know, binder to kind of make that aggregate kind of more of a bound type of product that would hold together a little more. We've certainly considered stuff like that. And I think, you know, if installed and maintained appropriately, those can you know, kind of alleviate some of the concerns that we're trying to address through having this hard surface. But we really lose all kind of, you know, any kind of enforcement potential or ability to kind of dictate how that's managed, you know, after we do our initial approvals and it's constructed. So I really would like to be able to better accommodate some of those other situations, but really don't have the capability to go and say, okay, you can provide the soft surface if you treat it in this way, but that treatment will typically be like an annual treatment. And there's just no way for us to go and ensure that they would do that long term.
Thank you.
In general, board, what do we think about adding this exception? Are we good with it?
For the recreational parking lot.
And then I will just add that our deviation process, so we will have, we're looking at proposing some changes to our deviation process too, but it will be there in some form, whatever the case, that there will be the opportunity for any development to go through a deviation process due to more unique circumstances. And so we'll always have that opportunity to evaluate this on a case by case basis. If there's something that we're not capturing here as well, and we're trying to minimize that and capture the broad cases that we anticipate seeing in the future. But there's always going to be those unique circumstances, and of course, why we have a deviation process in place, and we'll continue to have.
Well, if staff brings us a recommendation to modify the standards, I'm gonna tend to go with them because that's the business they're in.
Yeah.
And the other thing that was buried somewhere in here, the deviation process, I applaud moving the deviation process to being the county engineer or the public works director. I really think that's where it belongs, with the opportunity to appeal.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And I wanted to allow some additional opportunity to discuss that as well. If we don't have any other direction or questions about the parking area standards, I'd like to move on to the deviation process.
I have one comment. I think I hear the board saying they're ready to support that exception, or at least not saying they're not.
Yeah, I think so. That's,
okay.
yeah.
I'm curious, what about multifamily housing that has access from an unpaved road? This might not make this would never happen, except for, like we've got some subdivisions we've got one subdivision that needs more water users. And I wonder, would there be a reason? Is a duplex as high as we can go when we're thinking about this exception? Can we create some, can I just ask you to look a little bit more carefully about some multifamily housing? I can imagine if you're talking about a really big development, obviously you might want some pavement. But
yeah, and really in my mind, and happy to look at it and consider it more. But we have discussed that, and I'm certainly thought about it. And my kind of current sentiment on it is that that would really, especially here in Clear Creek County, with what I've certainly seen and what we really anticipate seeing on that those cases will probably be pretty few and far between, and would be that opportunity for that deviation, if there was just a specific case there that we wanted to look at. Because in general, I think that I would recommend that a multifamily development would probably be deserving of a hard surface parking area. And I hadn't thought that really fit within my recommendations of, even if it was in that circumstance of being accessed from an unpaved road, which we just don't see that often. You may be thinking of a unique site there or something, and I'm sure it could come up.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm thinking about a unique neighborhood which has a water system that needs more water users and has a lot of sites that could be combined or turned, so I'm thinking about a condition that could exist, and I'm thinking about how our code makes it harder or not for opportunities like that to be pursued. A deviation process is an extra cost, it's extra risk.
So it's pavement.
And so that's kind of, especially when I have in mind thinking about trying to create spaces for price committed housing with the price commitment on it. often those opportunities only exist when you're doing multifamily. And unincorporated Clear Creek isn't going to accommodate very much of the need for supply of that type of housing. But our code should consider that some could be provided.
It's possible. I think the thing that pops to my mind, there's two physical, I mean, thinking about St. Mary's as an example with the water system, two things that popped in my mind are, first of all, the viability of affordable housing that far up a road that's that steep into terrain that's like that, to be able to develop it realistically, but I'm not going to preclude the idea that it could happen. But the other one physically is both hazardous driving conditions on steep roads at high altitude and more difficult winter conditions. And sometimes a gravel road is a safer road than a paved road once you get into those conditions. And the other one is how deep the frost drives into the ground under a paved versus a dirt road. And I realize that traffic and plowing are part of it. When you take off the insulating snow cover, which you always do, because if you're going to plow the road, you're going to plow the road, whether it's paved or not. But the other one is what that plowed surface looks like at the end of the day. So, you know, as you move into the spring and the frost level is driven into the ground towards that water system, which is the problem they've got at St. Mary's, which is a lot of hard rock and, you know, 4 to 5 foot water lines instead of 8 to 10 foot water lines that they need up there. And if you were to pave an area like that, what would be the implication? I don't know, honestly. I thought I knew, but there's a lot of stuff that I thought that I don't think anymore because I learned new stuff. So I'm curious to know what you think about what pavement would do in terms of likely frost depth that would result from paving, if it would be any different than what's there now on a paved gravel road.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as far as the few inches of top surface on that is not going to change those conditions. A lot of certainly agree with you, you know, by removing that insulating cover of the snow and the compaction effort from just traffic or whatever it may be will drive that frost down. But I don't think that there's going to be a big difference.
The pavement, you don't think would impact the frost depth?
Yeah, no, but it would be minor. I think, you know, when you
Sure.
see a road surface or parking surface, regardless of the top surface, that you do see those impacts where that frost depth does get pushed down further, but I don't think that you would see a big change from just a few inches of asphalt in that.
Maybe one use case to keep it, I'm sorry. Maybe one use case to keep in mind is, I'm cognizant of the fact that I can't see you, and so I'm just. Look out, kids.
Got his hand up.
So, a case point in St. Mary's is the condo that's there on a driveway, on a gravel parking lot. And I wonder if anyone's being harmed by that.
Yeah, I mean, their parking lot can, at various times be in pretty rough condition there, just in general. And it is, the entrance to it is maybe, 50 feet, 100 feet, maybe from the end of the pavement there. So it's really borderline there. And really to use St. Mary's as that kind of example, there is that kind of stretch of road that serves some commercial uses right through that zone, that's not paved. And that probably, it would be hard, for anyone pave it, whether it was the county or the Metro District or anyone else, because of some of the underlying conditions on that road. It tends to move around a little bit to put asphalt on there, maybe throwing your money away a little bit. So that is a unique condition. But in St. Mary's in general, there is that one particular area. But as you look at other areas, and I think that would be that unique situation that may be deserving of a deviation or something, some alternative there. In other areas, and just to use St. Mary's as an example, that's a subdivided area where all the zoning conditions have been established. And so we wouldn't expect to see, a commercial development, say, really outside of Fall River Road itself, other than that just small commercial area by the lake there, because it's all been zoned and the only entitled uses are for single family residential. And so we wouldn't expect to see a multifamily development off of Silver Lake Drive or something like that, just because and if it were to happen, it would need to go through some sort of zoning process, and maybe the planners would disagree with me, but I think that's where it would provide that opportunity to evaluate, what's acceptable, what the use of that should be. And if there were some exceptions or conditions, I think could be built into that rezoning process.
Combination rezoning. Okay. Thank you. That's enough on that one from me.
Well, I can't let it go without one more. Should future standards contemplate auxiliary dwelling units? Is there anything that would change in your standards if they became more prominent or allowed within the county? And I don't need an answer right now. I'm just throwing that out there as a consideration.
Like an increase in density in traffic with more units.
Yeah, I think all of us have been challenged with some of those conditions, whether it's an accessory dwelling unit that just, creates a little more traffic impact from that, a little more use, or a short-term rental is another condition that we see there that provides for some additional impacts to the road system that we see. I think have all been challenged somewhat on how to capture some of that and really address some of those heavier impacts on a property that's just zoned really for a single family residence.
I think I hear that you bring that up, and thank you for bringing that up with the intent of, hey, ADUs, like we've got a housing problem, ADUs that can be part of the solution. Is our code adequately
Yes,
permit them?
if we're gonna take the time to look at future standards, I guess my question is now the time to consider that?
Right.
Sure.
Well, I think it's got a two-way street line next both ways. Is it permissive enough to allow that development? Is it responsible enough to address the additional traffic that it brings as well? Because you require more, for example, when you're doing a multifamily unit. Also the short-term rental thing, as you mentioned, I think about that and I thought, yeah. What I noticed in the short-term rentals around my place is when they're full, they've got 3 or 4 vehicles parked outside.
Sure.
Well, all the cars have 3 or 4 vehicles parked outside, but 2/3 of them are on concrete blocks,
Talk about my driveway.
I was reflecting on my
It's
own.
my driveway.
No, I think it's definitely something we to consider and potentially bring back
Okay.
some language.
So the board's willing to ask for that, like a closer look at how does ADU development look, into this, and how does multifamily development fit into this?
Okay.
Great catch.
You've started it.
Pat you on the back.
You started it.
Okay, should we talk about deviations?
I'd love to, and I just wanted to start, similar to the driveway and parking area standards, I did include, a chart just of surrounding jurisdictions, just to kind of give us an idea, staff level, and also to forward on to you about what other communities are doing there. And it's all over the place. Sometimes, these deviations can be, granted by staff. In some cases, it's various, boards, associated with the governance of the county. I'll just read through them since this is a pretty limited topic here. Boulder County, places that according to their regulations, on the county engineer. Grand County, delegates that responsibility to road and bridge staff and or county engineer. Maybe open to some interpretation of what road and bridge staff is, it's, on some of that, I'm trying to, kind of eliminate some of that ambiguity when we, revise ours, if we do indeed revise ours. Couldn't find anything for Jefferson County, what their process looks like. Park County, it falls on the environmental health director or the board of adjustment. And then in Summit County, they've delegated it to the county engineer. And then right now, we really don't have any staff authority to grant a deviation to really any standards in the design and construction manual. And so I want to be clear about this, that we've part of the proposed revisions, we're really consolidating this deviation process to be holistic for the roadway design and construction manual in general. And so the deviation process that I would like to define as any part of revisions that the board would like to see would really encompass not only driveway and parking area standards, but also the other standards found within our roadway design and construction manual. And part of what we've looked at doing was, although we would continue to have a couple of conditions included specifically for a deviation for driveway standards, that the process itself would be holistic for any standard contained in this manual. And we are recommending at this time, rather than any deviation, request for deviation, where it is now required to be brought to the Board of County Commissioners for your consideration, that we delegate, some authority to staff in that. And we're recommending that we get authority to grant these deviations for all aspects of the roadway design and construction manual. And as Commissioner Houseman has already mentioned, leaving an appeal process in there, specifically for a denial, if staff says, no, we don't support this, we don't approve of this deviation request, then at that point, then it would be the similar process that we have now, where it's just gone through the referral process and brought to the board, along with a recommendation from staff there. And so that's in general what we're recommending, is that be delegated to the county engineer and or public works director, which is Carl and myself, at this point in time. But of course, that'll change over time. As staff moves around, we're defining those positions specifically that would be granted that authority. And based on, certain considerations, and just to touch on those a little bit, right now, what we have, in there is, certain considerations. It can be a little broad and vague a little bit. One consideration that I wanted to include in the regulations, in the standards, is that the considerations that we currently have, that include this, kind of exceptional topographic conditions and other extraordinary and exceptional situations associated with a particular piece of property. We also want for the applicant to consider alternatives, in some, viable form that we can review. It's just like, okay, is this really the only path
Best you can.
that you can do? And there's just not really a feasible way to develop this property as you're entitled to do, and not meet the standards there. So really want to look at an alternatives analysis on each of these to really, have an understanding of, what alternatives are out there. So that's something that I would like to see as any part of application for deviation, whatever, whether it's the board considering that or just staff considering that we, really look at all of those feasible alternatives to have a better understanding if this should be a deviation that's needed to really realize the use of the property there. And then wanted to also discuss, just whether it's the staff or the board. Right now we have a process in place that we do refer it out to other organizations, be it the fire authority or CDOT or whoever would be influence a decision on that. And other jurisdictions, when there's a staff approval of deviations or variances of certain types anyway, they don't typically go through a referral process. It's something that staff would consider. And so just want you to think about that, if you have any guidance for us on that. And one condition of the limited conditions just associated with driveways right now, as we kind of discussed recently, a condition, it's a standard, we don't propose any changes to it, is whenever a deviation is granted for a driveway, that development meet all conditions of the wildfire hazard mitigation plan. And we discussed this a little bit a few weeks ago. Right now, we have a defensible space requirement that's across the board that applies to any residential development, that they have to meet certain defensible space requirements, regardless of whether they meet driveway standards or not. And so that's always going to be there. That's how we've got our building code defined right now. So that'll continue to be there. This compliance with the wildfire hazard mitigation plan is another step above that typical defensible space requirement. It requires either, usually a combination of extended defensible space. And so it's just a larger area that they would clear or mitigate the hazard, whether it's trees or other vegetation there, to increase the defensible space area. It can be, fire resistant building materials, roof materials, siding. It can be a sprinkler system. There's different ways of kind of accumulating these points to kind of meet that wildfire hazard mitigation plan. So that's something that we would recommend to continue to be there, whatever the case. And just wanted, the board to understand, that is the condition when a driveway deviation is granted at this time. And if there is anything kind of above that or in addition to that, then we'd like to hear about that. Anything that the board would like us as staff to consider, or that would be considered, as part of any deviation granted by the board, either one. So I think that kind of captures, really, in essence, the change that we're proposing is that the board would delegate that authority to the county engineer and or the public works director. And add a couple of considerations concerning, just review of alternatives and potentially, referral to other agencies. And then, one that I didn't write into the proposed language here yet is, we don't have anything, regarding financial considerations, and wanted to ask the board if there was any interest in applying, any language that and these considerations to suggest that how much it's going to cost to meet our standards is not really be considered when we're looking at, granting approval of a deviation, or should we be considering some financial aspect?
For me, the problem with that whole thing it's like, well, we can't do it because it costs more. It costs too much, which translated means it costs more. And that's kind of like, it's like, well, but we can't afford tempered glass we want this larger window to be closer to the floor, but we can't afford tempered glass, so we'd like to not buy tempered glass. It's like, well, then put the sill at 19 inches off the floor. It's just too, and I know I'm kind of oversimplifying. It's not a perfect analogy, but it is a perfect analogy in the idea that when you let cost be the consideration, what you're really saying is you want to build something that you can't afford. And so you're trying to figure out how to afford it by changing the safety of the place. And that just doesn't seem like a valid consideration. Other than the most egregious case where you're talking about trying to get somewhere on a slope and you think it's viable that they can get there, like that switchback radius or something like that. But then you still have to take into account safety, and they're going to have other costs if they want to do it and do it right. The other part is with regard to delegating to the engineer, and I figured you guys would have to draw straws over who had to do this, who had to do that work. But apparently you both want it, because I see that's what's proposed in there. And the only thing I would say is that I think the only place that I come down on that is that I think our greatest concern is about the implication of safety when it comes to emergency access, fire, and emergency egress, evacuation egress, and stuff like that. That's the place where I just would want to know that we had a criteria and some guardrails down for how you operate and grant those, that it's understood and somehow understood in writing, so it's very clear and not misunderstood by somebody that follows you later on. That's a primary concern of ours, and we're not looking to start wholesaling deviations for that actually increase fire risk at all.
I think it would be helpful for us to take these one at a time. Do you want to comment on financial considerations or deviation, right? Or delegation or deviation?
I'd like to comment on financial.
Okay.
So may I?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. It seems like a big part of this effort is to clarify requirements. And I think putting this ambiguous financial consideration into the mix just makes it gray and challenging, and unnecessarily so. The other side of financial considerations is, what does our cost recovery look like when someone requests a deviation or an appeal?
So right now, we just have a permit application fee to request a deviation of, I believe it's $600. And that's really meant to cover, staff time and processing that application, doing our review, administering it, referring it out to other agencies, and then coming and presenting it to the board is how that's set up now, is just kind of cover that administrative time.
Is it sufficient?
In some cases, some are really straightforward, a very simple, minor deviation there that staff supports. And, just because of kind of some unique condition there, some staff supports it and it's pretty, we don't get any referral comments or no opposition from it. We come and bring it and those are pretty quick. For what we've recently heard, if we go through several presentations and referral processes, then, the staff time at that point, is not accommodated in that fee.
And do appeals come for free?
That's something that is a very good question. And we haven't set up our fee schedule to really accommodate that now. And yeah, it's something that we should bring to you when we do that, because I think that there is the potential for, an application fee just for a staff review. And then the potential for, a different fee or an additional fee for an appeal. In other jurisdictions that I've worked in, there was no fee for the kind of staff determination. They could request that staff evaluate that and grant a deviation, and there wasn't a fee applied to it. But then there was, a similar as what we have now, fee to appeal to the board. And the permit fee was applied at that time.
Thanks.
Okay, on financial considerations, I think I agree with what heard you guys both kind of say similar things.
I don't know if I got it right, but go ahead.
What I think I heard you say is some skepticism around financial considerations. And I think especially in Clear Creek with our topography, I don't know that we should still have the goal that every piece of private property in Clear Creek County, there should be a legal process to build on it. And I think when you start putting financial considerations in there, that's kind of the goal you're writing to. And you end up with some really interesting stuff out there. So I think caution in trying to write like a financial consideration standard. I look at Summit County, it says peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties, exceptional and undue hardship, right? Like,
Yeah, how do you measure that? Sorry
I
to
don't know.
interrupt.
No, it's a good point. Peter, how would you try to apply something like that in the code? Do you think you can write something that would allow for financial considerations that doesn't just say, well, we want you to be able to build on every property. And so if it's going to cost money, we're just going to let you do it.
So you don't have to spend the money.
Right.
I think I can work with Stoy to try and figure out some language, but
Well, and then my recommendation would be that we would not consider financial implications.
Just say no.
And so I guess, what I was asking, and happy to take whatever direction you'd like to give us. But my recommendation would either to leave it just unsaid. And, it's just kind of implied that, we will consider it based on these considerations, and we're not really considering the financial impacts. Or we could more clearly state that and just say a decision wouldn't be based on financial considerations. But I think that was a change from Summit County. I think when at the time that I worked there, I think that they did have that in there where financial considerations were not to be considered, and now they've just kind of removed it and just just kind of left it more ambiguous, I guess.
I would argue it's pushing staff out of their regular professional area of comfort to try and understand if someone's financial model is accurate. Now, I can create a financial model that says there's no way I can do this unless you give me everything I need. And I don't think that should be a consideration.
Well, that's just, I want that yacht too, If I could, if you just sell it to me for the right price. I mean, it's the same thing. If you want more, but you can't afford it, then you can't afford it.
Yeah, and I think we would be more consistent with the processes of the surrounding conditions if we just kind of left it unsaid.
So when someone's code says peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties, undue hardship, that's not a financial consideration, that's something else.
It certainly could be. And that's why I wanted to ask
That's
the
in all
question.
codes.
And that is included in our code. I looked at that. I do not like that language because I am not real sure how to interpret that at times. And it's what we're asking in the center, but that language is included. It's, you're well aware, a lot of this language is kind of copied and pasted to different jurisdictions. And so that same language shows up in our code currently, and I was not recommending to change it, although I'm not thrilled about it. I thought about it and was unable to capture that and with other language, I guess. But if you have any language suggestions, or certainly the county attorney, has anything for us on that, then happy to consider that. But we were not recommending changing that particular language. It's in some counties code currently in our standards, and will likely be unless we have a better suggestion on how to kind of capture that broad hardship or practical difficulty.
So I think I heard a stronger statement on the financial consideration from the board than perhaps what you just repeated.
Okay.
A stronger statement is to move it.
Yeah, I think I heard we should just remove it, and I think I heard the board say we want to explicitly say that it should not be used as a reason for a deviation.
And if there were a place to nuance it, one thing that occurs to me is that you should be able to afford safety. You shouldn't be able to pay less. You shouldn't be able to receive a deviation to achieve less safety. I mean, for the purpose of saving money, for sure. If they had requested a deviation that was going to make them more safe, which is probably an oxymoronic statement to begin with, but maybe there's a case under which it would happen. That would be a place where you could say, oh, you mean you could afford more safety instead of less safety. But if you're talking about giving up safety, which makes a place less viable and less defensible, then that's not a good reason to take cost into account. I want a really steep driveway that can never get a fire truck there because it's the only one I can afford. Sorry, we're not going to let you're not going to let you use cost as a reason to lose safety and quality of life.
And staff would certainly agree with you on that. And just to continue that thought, I'd like you to consider, another case that doesn't involve safety directly, such as a parking area pavement standard. And when considering to deviate from that, would that be a financial consideration that staff or the board would like to consider?
I think what you're hearing is without seeing our current code in front of us, we would like to have that be, a pretty limited consideration. I would encourage you to work with the attorney and think about thorny issues like takings when you allow something and then disallow it later. And I think that's probably a good summary for that portion of this conversation. Do you guys agree?
No, you're talking about the precedents you create by doing it.
I'm talking about the risk you create when you have allowed something and then you disallow it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The precedent you set by allowing it and then having to not give it to the next person.
So does that seem like a reasonable summary of the board's opinion on this one? Okay, let's talk about just staff deviation in general. What are our thoughts about allowing a staff deviation process? Like it, don't like it?
Well, with the kind of guardrails we were just discussing, I'm more comfortable with it. The part about fire safety and all emergency access safety and emergency egress, that those are primary considerations that have to be maintained. And I don't know where those guardrails fall. I don't know how it would be written so that we'd be comfortable letting go of the leash or the reins on that one.
I think we remove the and we just and/or. There's one person in charge and perhaps they receive recommendations from the other party plus the fire authority. And whoever else makes sense to provide a recommendation. Yes, it's making work for other people, but it's saving them time because they don't have to schlep themselves into here and wait, be heard.
Right, that's the way they do it in Jeffco. When they ask for if you ask for a deviation in Jeffco to the driveway, they call up the fire marshal and have him come out and look at it and say what he thinks.
Yeah. And we're the only ones that currently make it come to the board every time. I'm in support of going to a staff deviation process. I like the proposed criteria. I wouldn't, if it explicitly stated that you've written from the fire department before you can grant a deviation. I think that's pretty important.
Right. Right. And a recommendation against by the fire department is not something that can be therefore you're stating could not be overridden by the engineer.
And then obviously everything about, we would need an appeal process and everything else. And I don't have anything else to add to the conversation from that, but I don't know if you do. Or you do.
Well, I would like to see a single position in charge, and the other position, if we're talking county engineer and public works, should also be making a recommendation to whoever is in charge of deviations. Just want to close that loop.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah.
And that person wouldn't it be the county engineer or the?
I think it's up to them to figure out or propose.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else for this work session unless there's something else that you need direction on.
What do you think?
No, I think that's a pretty clear direction for me on that deviation process. I think we've got some other things to do a little research on and bring back to you. I am pretty clear and feel, a pretty high level of comfort that we can accommodate, the direction here and answer these questions and bring this back to you with the fully written revised standards and ask you to take action on it. Would this board feel it's necessary to schedule another work session to that we can come in and answer some of these questions, or do you feel like you'd like to see this as an action item?
It feels like it's the ADUs and the multifamily housing that we're going to need time to discuss.
Okay.
If you guys end up with something that is like, you think is really clear and understandable and kind of satisfies our goals, then maybe an action session is fine. But if you feel like it's still kind of hazy, I would welcome a work session.
Okay, thank you for that. And and we will consider that when scheduling our next session with you. And I think that that may when we start talking about ADUs, and I don't know that we're going to find that really falls in the area where we can address some of that through the driveway standards because of zoning implications. I think of how we define the use of a single family residential property, that we haven't broken that up. We can still try to do so in our driveway standards, but it may get a little complex trying to address these kind of unique situations as ADUs or something like that. But happy to take a look at it and bring it back to the board here, and we can discuss it. If we feel like there's something that we need your direction on, if we feel confident in the direction we'd like to recommend, then we can bring that back as an action section along with everything else.
I would accept your recommendation not to include ADUs in it if that's what you guys look at and decide. So I'm not stuck on including them in the work you're doing right here.
Okay.
I just want to make sure there's nothing in the code that would make it more difficult without a justification.
Okay, yeah, we'll certainly look at that, and if there's some questions to be answered there, we'll bring that back to you so that we can get additional direction on that.
Okay. Thank you. I think that we're going to declare this over.
All right, thank you.
The rest of this agenda is we're going to take it up executive session. So we're going to discuss items 5, 7, and 8 when we come out of executive session. In the meantime, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
pursuant to CRS 246402 for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to multi-year financial obligations and participation in the Fire and Police Pension Association.
SG.
Do I hear a second?
We don't see the second.
Oh, it's.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
So.
Aye. Motion passes. The board will now not adjourn. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. When we return, we will return to discuss items 5, 7, and 8 on the agenda.
Did somebody check that? No, I think Peter's.
Okay.
I was telling her earlier how I
we
used to do
are-
that to Tim Mock's chair all the time, like blow it down when he got up to go to the restroom to see what he did when he got back. So I figured she did it.
We're back on the record. Peter?
Yes, so we are back on the record from executive session. No written minutes were taken, no decisions were made on the executive session that was read into the record. There are two additional executive sessions that, while on the agenda, were not read into the record. We did discuss those matters. I would like to read them into the record and ask the board for a motion to ratify both of these, but I will start by reading them.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there. Pursuant to CRS 246424B&E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to participation in a development project to provide workforce and affordable housing, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that participation. And then pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to compliance with CRS Chapter 24, Article 72, Part 2.
Do I hear a motion to ratify those executive sessions as read?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And for part of clarification, no written minutes were taken, no decisions were made during either of those executive sessions. Thank you.
Motion passes. We're going back to the last three items on the public agenda. Item number. The first up is item number 5. This is consideration of approval of a formal position by county commissioners on initiatives number 50 and 108. In my imagination, I would like for the board to give some financial modeling and comments from the finance director, who's not available right now. And so what I would ask is for us to table this again until the next meeting.
Okay, do you need a motion?
Do we need a motion for that? Or we just not take action and?
Yeah, we'll just table it, move it to the next. You don't need an actual motion for this.
Right, so I suggest we not take action and then we're done with the item. Unless, I mean, anybody have any comments about what they'd like to see or hear for the next session?
Just as complete a financial impact as possible. Understand it.
There's some materials about the state financial impact that would, come down to us because the way the state contributes to our programs. There's some information about how reduced assessment rates would impact our own valuation. And then there's also some information about legal ambiguity that would be good to hear about as well.
Okay.
Anything else?
And that work's already been completed, just needs to be presented.
I don't.
Financial modeling?
Well, the financial modeling is quick. It's been completed in the model I was provided a while back.
Okay,
So I don't think we're asking for a huge lift by staff.
thank you.
Although, if I could, it sounds like maybe one of them, part of the concern is the fact how difficult it is to actually do the financial modeling.
One of them does not have any financial modeling. There's not a finance department in the state of Colorado that's able to conduct that financial modeling to their satisfaction. I'm not asking.
Hearing that sentence from somebody else would be perfect.
Exactly. And yeah, okay. Keep your eye out for more. Let's move to the next consideration of approval of legislative initiatives submitted to Colorado Counties Incorporated, which you should be in receipt of the draft, watermarked as a draft proposal to CCI. A little bit of context, the Summit County Board of County Commissioners is taking up this same draft today. So there's some risk to us approving something with modifications, especially big ones. But that said, what are your thoughts on that proposal?
I thought it was well crafted. I understood what you were trying to accomplish. I would like to see that move forward. If it's important to the county, I think we also need to not figure out, but we need a plan on who we're gonna sell it to. As opposed to throwing it over the wall, what else do we need to do for it to be successful?
Well,
We don't need to answer that today.
Do you want me to describe the proposal?
Yes.
Yeah, getting a game plan on how to most effectively advocate for those. And I think a lot of that has to do with, for example, who are the voting members in the two different county organizations, which also then influence the legislature and kind of, and those are places where we get to leverage a little bit. I mean, sometimes we can invest a lot into moving a needle to move a needle to move a needle that actually turns out, if it turns out to be 10% times 10% times 10%, it's not very good. You know, it's not, we don't have a lot of impact for time invested, but I think it's worthwhile. And the other thing is what we can do as direct representatives on the legislation once it sorts out what's actually getting to the floor and is taking a run at it. I think then it's fair game. We can all testify on that stuff. But we can determine that as we go down the road, you know?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And what's going on with I'm going to describe the proposal here in a minute, just to sort of have continuity. What's going on with the strategy is that we're really proposing a process at CCI. This proposal is able to, per CCI's rules, be edited. The offer to CCI members is that we want to have several meetings over the summer to see which ideas truly serve all counties related to revenue diversification. We know that there's a lot of interest in counties to pursue revenue diversification because of not just the risk of Initiative 50 and 108, but the fact that the legislature has and will likely continue to put downward pressure on assessment rates. Property taxes are out of our control and are subject to a lot of risks. And so any wise financial advisor would suggest that. We've brought the concept every year. It's always been a fixed concept. So this time we're we're proposing a process. What that means to you all is that those 3 items that are listed may or may not become what comes out of the wash in terms of a CCI initiated bill. Summit County is likely to get onto this. I hope they get onto this. That will help. And we have spoken with a large number of counties, including several counties of another political persuasion that are open to this concept and excited about the process.
Does it strengthen the argument to CCI or the other counties to share that the Clear Creek rolled up their sleeves? We worked on the expense side. We've done good hard work there. Now we need to work on the revenue side as opposed to just jumping straight to we need more money.
I think that's really wise. In the past, we have kind of like gone down there with our violin about our financial issues, and I think that's wise to share what we've done on the expense side of our organization, and I'm proud of what we've done. There's more work to do, of course. In terms of who to reach out to, I mean, in my opinion, it's kind of an all hands on deck moment. Any legislators that anybody know, any county commissioners from other counties. On Friday, this will be presented to all the counties at CCI, and Tamara and I are going to divvy up that presentation, assuming Summit County signs on to this. Tamara Pogue is a Summit County commissioner. And CCAT is running a parallel process with a much longer list of that longer list that was in the initial draft of proposals. While we're on the subject, part of that conversation is what does CCAT need to do to expand its capacity to be effective here? And the answer is seek voluntary financial contributions from counties that really care about this. That's a heads up. Not looking for, don't have anything to ask for a decision on that right now. But for your knowledge, this came up when we were talking about short-term rental property tax reassessment, right? Reclassification. We didn't actually execute the plan, but there was a plan to make voluntary contributions and enhance CCAT's capacity. And Clear Creek had indicated that it was interested in the conversation.
Okay.
Just to describe the proposal, just for the public's benefit, this is a proposal for the legislature to authorize better tax proposals to our people. One of the things I hear a lot in town halls and budget town halls, we're going to hear this again real soon, is, well, you're complaining about money. What about all those raft trips? What about all those lift tickets? What about all these impacts we see around us? Right? And can you stop talking about my property taxes? And that's what this proposal is.
How about making those people pay?
Right. So there's a whole raft of concepts out there that simple majorities in the House and the Senate and a governor's signature could enable us to say, hey, public, what do you think about this tax that might have to be a better match between who's creating impacts and who should pay for them, and just give us better options. So, any other questions, or should?
No.
Filling this out.
It's complete.
Okay.
It's in your inbox.
Oh, it is? Okay.
We can work together to get it signed.
Okay.
Immediately after the meeting and sent over.
Okay.
You good?
We don't need a motion or anything, do we?
I
Yes.
think you do, because it says on your sheet that you took action.
I have a hard.
And I think that the
Oh, that was.
PCI technically requires board action. So I guess
Okay.
it would be better.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
in which case I make a motion that we approve the legislative initiative submittal to County Commissioners Incorporated as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
I,
Aye. Okay, we're gonna try to have a better outcome than the last 5 times. We've
Like I
got a
said,
better plan.
10% times 10% times 10%.
Next on the agenda,
Equals 0.1%, by the way.
last on the agenda actually is a work session to discuss the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review next steps. Anybody have anything on their mind?
I can share that your next meeting is the 24th, 4 p.m. in this room.
Have that?
Randy, we do have a draft of a map of a seven district Title 32.
Good.
We'll get that to you and get something set up for you to meet with Matt and
Okay.
his team to kind of talk about that. I didn't see a 5 district one, did you?
No,
You
not
didn't.
in what was sent.
Yeah, which is a 7 right now, but
Okay.
we at least got something for you to start taking a look at.
That will be good. Is there anything else that needs to be prepared by this team in advance of the 24th? I know last time we did a little bit of a review.
I know your next meeting is the last meeting you kind of flushed out all the funding options related to the governance options. And the one piece that we didn't get flushed out was the sustainability aspect of, are any one of these funding / government governance options more sustainable over the long term than the other? I have a meeting with both our facilitators at 4 today, kind of talk about what the agenda is going to look like.
Okay.
4 p.m. here, right?
4 p.m. here at 24th.
Right.
well, if the cats were herded to agree that one or more of them were sustainable over time, I'd go a long way towards completing this task.
Yes, it would.
That, as a matter of fact, that would be that'd be something to toast for sure.
The survey team scheduled its
Oh, yeah.
meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I intend to participate unless there's another commissioner that would rather do it and is available.
Has more than one time been set?
I don't.
No, that's the only meeting right now.
Then it's probably safest for you to continue. Given my trips out of county.
Okay.
And the desire for the meetings to be face to face.
Great, I'll attend that. I'm hopeful that the other, we still haven't heard back that hires, wait, was Georgetown's representative and
It was Georgetown and Idaho Springs. I have confirmed that Idaho Springs representative will be there, and I'm not sure about Georgetown.
that was Rich. I might reach out to him. Or Lynette or whoever I have contact info for. Okay, I've been considering, is there a point at which we want to decide to formalize these meetings a little bit in terms of, in a Board of County Commissioner meeting, we do public comment and then the public's no longer invited to comment, or do we want real-time public comment? Do you guys have any suggestion on that?
Meetings or fire authority?
The fire authority, the interjurisdictional meetings.
I don't know how you're defining public, but it seems to me that we have had spectators provide some valuable input as opposed to creating distractions.
I think it also helps with build the trust building, the relationship of trust to have that happen. And I think being able to demonstrate that later is going to be good at a ballot. That we went through that and we kept keeping it open for now. I mean, I understand that at some point, we're in an election year too. We want to make sure that it doesn't just become a place to,
Grandstand.
just kind of monitor the conversation, but that's what our facilitator's for.
Good. Thank you for that feedback. I don't think I have anything else on my mind related to this.
No. One thing, so are we therefore done with the CCFA part?
I think so, and I think that's everything on the agenda.
Yeah, I just thought I'd report something that was on the agenda earlier. I just got I had inquiries out to both Summit and Grand County on that OHV stuff too. They're in the same place as near as I can tell from my sources over there. And they said they were double checking to make sure, all of those people did that, looked back into their department heads and made sure they weren't overlooking something. The Summit and Grand are in the same place as Larimer, Boulder, Jefferson, and Gilpin. So we're surrounded by people who have all adopted the same policy, just saying we're done. I mean, they're not all, most of them are not official. That's the one place we're a little bit groundbreaking is that they have it in some form or another, but they're adopted. It's either de facto policy, and that's what they're doing right now, or they have some kind of official policy in some component of it. But they're all operating on the three questions I asked, which are open space, other county lands, and roads, and they're all in the same place saying the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Hearing nothing further, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Chair.